Hello, everyone. What? Oh. Sorry, it's the back. I had like a twitch there, and it was very. I had a moment. I'm so sorry. Hello, everyone. We're back. We're gonna figure out how long it takes Apollo to figure it out himself that his dad is fucking dead. Once the pain stops, painting. So it's like, just today is one of those days where like the pain is particularly bad. I already took like a painkiller and stuff, but like, you know, I have to wait until it takes any effect. And God, I can't wait to start doing like physical therapy for this shit. Not gonna like chat. I'm suffering here, and it's not pleasant. Anyway, back to this bullshit. May 19, 8:50 a.m. High Court of Kharain. Oh, hey! Great, we're starting with police brutality again. Delightful. I do wonder, because, like, outside of the fact that this game was, bad, that's basically it. Outside of the fact that it was bad, I never heard a lot of stuff about it when it came out. And I do wonder, did no one sit down and criticize the fact that, you know, this is what happens? Like, there's no actual conversation about the whole police brutality thing, or like living in a dictatorial monarchy. I don't know. Okay. Like, did nobody talk about it? Because it feels like something that at least it's I don't know, worthy of being a topic of conversation about this game. And it also feels like nobody gives a shit. It also feels like that. Anyway, May 19, 9:28. No AM? Didn't this usually have AM or PM? Or am I insane? Like, I played yesterday and I already forgot. Anyway, Hacker of Kara in a kid's lobby. It's complete chaos outside. Let's just say that the Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for Dirk's freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. They look about ready to string us up if we lose. Trials here are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. Divination sense. Yeah, kinda weird that they have like the same laws. Like... Well, no, not the same laws. Some people go to prison. Here they seem to really like their death sentences, the death penalties. They really do enjoy decapitating people, public execution style. Not something that is commonly done anymore. Except for some countries. The victim's final moments will become a matter for deliberation. Okay, but like, I know that I bring this up every time that, like, Apollo is concerned, but like, does Apollo not know this? He lived here for like 10 years and his dad was a lawyer. Like, his adopted dad was literally a lawyer. And the divination sense has been done since before Apollo was born. Like, that's the implication here. It's always been a thing. I assume that's how, like, Dirk even met the queen. Like, he's a lawyer and she was high priestess before ascending. She probably did divination senses during some trials that he was involved in. Ergo, that's how he met her in the first place. Like, I assume that's how it went. Not that we're ever told, or we haven't been told anyway. So, like, wouldn't Apollo know? Wouldn't he be aware of this? Wouldn't he have been told about how this works? I've heard about that. Yeah, but like, why is Phoenix explaining that to you? You're the one who used to live here. Like, you don't have to know every single law in your country. That's kind of ridiculous, but like... But it haven't stopped you from winning your cases here in Kurain. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Well, I know Dirk is innocent, but... I have one more big secret. Polo, in court tomorrow, you may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. And the truth is that I'm fucking deceased. What? Nothing. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. And I'm fucking dead. What? Nothing. Dirk, what is that secret you're keeping? He's dead! Oh no, your daddy's dead. Like he's dead. Clearly he's dead. Like, this entire case points to, like, some, like, spirit summoning bullshittery. Yay! Hey, I got just like I promised! Oh, hey, thanks. Thanks, Tots. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Yep, and I spent the night in the slumber. I had a fine meal, a shower, even a bed. What more could I ask for? That actually sounds way better than where we're staying. Where are you staying? Aren't there any hotels here? Like, Maya is one thing because she's training, but like, you tell me that there's no hotels in this fucking country? Like, what are their exports? Like, how does the economy in this country works? Like, what are their exports? Clearly, like, a country like this would be more like a tourist kind of place. Like, that's where you would get. So, like, aren't there hotels? Like, I don't understand how the economy of this country works. Like, there's so many details that when you're, like, 15 or younger, you don't think about it. You don't think about, like, the larger image. You don't think about, like, well, this is a country with international recognition, I assume, and yet they commit a bunch of human rights violations. There's no clear indication of, like, what their economy is based on. Like, you don't get anything about hotels, so it's not, like, tourism related. You don't hear anything about their exports. Like, there's so much shit here that makes no sense. Like, how does this country even fucking works? Just remember, AJ, if Dirk is found guilty today, we'll all probably be found guilty of the Defense Mobility Act too. Yeah, Nahida said something to that effect. That which Garan wants to take advantage of today to crush our revolution once and for all. The fate of the revolution and every Kurainese person rests on this trial, which is a ridiculous concept when you think about it. We're counting on ya, AJ! We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one, you'll see. The trial will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Right! Let's move our asses, I guess. May 19, High Court of Kurain. The actual courtroom. Hello, old man judge. But the Kurain version? Let the trial of Doug Sadmadi begin. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Nahida. His trial will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Karko Karain and the assassination of the former queen, Amara Sigata Karain. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Will that be acceptable, Prosecutor Salmati? Prosecutor Salmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. What's with him? Well, Apollo, he's having, like, emotions. Speaking of, I was thinking about it yesterday, after the stream, but at night when I was, like, making myself dinner. Part of the problem with Nahyuta, like, part of the issue here is that Nahyuta is supposed to have, like a turnaround, like a heel turn, you know what I mean? And yesterday, I noticed, like, there's this animation that he did, like, 2 times of him just grabbing his wrist, and we know that he's Dirk's son, and we know that Dirk has a tattoo on his hand, so you immediately think, oh, he has a fucking tattoo on his hand. Like, it's a hand that he has gloved at that, so it feels like it points to that. And there's an issue with that, because it makes obvious that he kind of fucking cares. Like, he's trying to maintain this image, and you as the player is like, well, you're gonna be a bitch the entire time, clearly. But if you see that, you kind of just be, you're kind of just like, oh yeah, he has a tattoo, so he cares that. Like, if you're willing to tattoo yourself, like, that's half didn't tattoo himself the fucking Defiant Dragon symbol, so Nahyuta probably cares that fucking much. He's just like being blackmailed or some shit. Like, and the issue with that is that it's doing that kind of thing that they did with Von Karma on the first game. Because Von Karma, like, he constantly grabs his upper arm and he squeezes, like, that area where the bullet would be. Like, you find out later that there's a bullet there. But he does it all the time. So you assume that it's just like a nervous twitch, or just like a thing he does. Or, like, you know, he's older, so maybe he has, like, back pain and he feels it on his arm. Like, something like that. You don't immediately assume the bullet situation is related to it because you don't even fucking know about it. And it's not until your toe and until you put the pieces together that you recognize, oh hey, it makes sense. That's the place where he got shot. So of course he has, like, some kind of pain or issue there because he never took the bullet out. So, like, the game makes you comfortable with that animation so you don't think anything of it because it's just there. At no point of the times that we've been able to talk to Nahyuta and actually push his buttons a little bit, in court or otherwise, has he ever grabbed his wrists before. Ever. He only does it now when Apollo confronts it at the end with the Dirk information. And you could say that maybe it's just because it's Dirk, but, like, we've talked about the past before. We tried to actually reason with him, and we pushed his buttons decently enough that he could maybe worry about whoever it is, or whatever it is. I assume it's a who, because, you know, his mom, or alternatively Raifa, because at this point my theory is that she's also Dirk's child, which would make them siblings, which she doesn't know. And since Garan is a piece of shit, I can't imagine her being like, well, if you don't do what I want, I'm gonna kill your fucking sister, and that would make perfect sense. But, like, at no point we see that animation until now, so you immediately think, wait, he never did that before. And then you're like, wait, that's the hand that he has, like, a glove. And then you're like, wait, you see very clearly that Dirk has a tattoo on his hand, so maybe Nahyuta has the same tattoo. And he hides it because he's working for the regime and everything. So, like, it takes away a lot of, like, I don't know, value to the reveal. It's the same issue that I had with, like, the Dirk thing, which is clearly that he's dead. Like, if he didn't hint at any point before, and then he was like, Apollo, I don't have long to live, then maybe you could kind of ignore it and be like, oh man, he has like a terminal illness or something. But it's like, no, all of the things that we've been shown up until this point kind of makes it seem like he's dead and he's being like channeled right now, and he's being channeled the entire time that we're here, once by Maya and now by whoever is channeling him now, which, considering the amount of characters that we have available who could do that, is probably the queen who is not fucking dead. So like, great job guys, excellent work. So like, there's a lot of issues with like the game not being willing to just be subtle and let you guess what is happening. Like, I think that that's my issue. There's a lot of that bullshit. And then you're supposed to like feel something about the reveal that you already figured out like 20 minutes ago. And it feels pretty bad, because like that scene with Dirk and Apollo from the other day in the visitors room, it actually is very good. It's a good scene. It's a good scene in an otherwise pretty mediocre to bad game. And I feel like it loses a lot of luster by the fact that I had already figured out the plot, because the game is not subtle about where the plot is going. Oh, very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. Are you really going to be able to go through with this, Nahirta? Well, Prosecutor Sanmari, I would be remiss if I failed to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are Sono to the accused Dirk Sanmari. Yes, you have heard true. Does that fact pose some sort of a problem, Your Majesty? A father being prosecuted by his own son. Could one possibly deliberate such a case without having personal feelings intervene? Yes, without question. Nahita, this is what you call, conflict of interest? Oh. Dirk? Hi? Hi, Dad! Hi, Extremely Dead Dad! Fellow citizens, you would do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Nahirta? I will not stop until my work here is done. See, so all of you dads just sit back down before you trip over your own stupidity. Ha 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 ha. The accused will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Prosecutor Sanmari has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. Who was that? I wanted a normal trial, I wanted a normal trial, I wanted a normal trial, I wanted a normal trial. Okay, what the fuck do you want, woman? One moment, if you would. Your Eminence. Your Eminence, what brings you here? Oh. Your Majesty? It would appear that Prosecutor Sanmari does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Do you truly believe you could deceive me, Nahirta Sanmari? One shouldn't hold no reservations if one is to stand on these hallowed funerary grounds. I have none, Your Eminence. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. We shall handle the prosecution of enemy of the crown Dirk Sanmari personally. But remain by your side, and bear witness to how a true prosecutor enforces the law. Excuse me, but is the Queen going to prosecute this case? Is that, you know, kosher? No, I don't think it, I think it's as kosher as pig legs, Apollo. There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we served as a prosecutor. But you said that before you served as a queen, you were the Minister of... Oh. That's what you meant. Oh. Really? As a foreigner, your ignorance can be excused, but know this. The prosecutor in charge of the Queen Amara assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence, Quiz Garan Sigatar Kurain. First your magistry, and now this. Why doesn't anyone even tell me these things? And she served as a Minister of Justice, but she was also a prosecutor. Well, Phoenix, I guess it's expected that someone who knows the law by working, you know, this kind of job would ascend as Minister of Justice. Like, that kind of makes sense. I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from prosecutor to justice minister. We prosecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdict in every case until then, but no lawyer could stand up to us. Ah, I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence that work in the Hall of Justice. Our first trial in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall prosecute them with all our might. Okay. Are you gonna have like a transformation of something? Oh. Yeah, what the fuck, woman? What the... Yeah, that's my honest reaction to this. That's Queen Garan! Talk about an extreme makeover. Yeah, that is the worst outfit I've ever fucking seen. Like... What's this design? I need to ask someone who the fuck thought this was a good design. And I need to sit down with them and have them explain to me why they thought this decision was acceptable. Like the shoulders, the unnecessarily large amount of magatamas, the long nails, the hair that kind of looks like a spy. Like, this is all over the place. Like this is all over the place, and not in a good way. So, yeah, I don't like this. It's all coming back now. The feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Woe to you, enemies of Kurain, for I shall personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hog feed. I don't suppose I can ask her to roll back to her polite pre-makeover personality. Know this, lawyer. Yes? Now that I stand as prosecutor, consider your defense's bench a headsman's scaffold. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. While you still have a head with which to think, that is. Meep. She's dead serious. Apollo, they wanted to decapitate an 8-year-old. Of course she's serious. But also, meep. Now it is time for the divination sons. Raifa, come forth. Also, the amount of rings that she's wearing is ridiculous. Your benevolence, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your benevolence, I understand it may be difficult for you, but may we proceed with the divination sons? Yes, let's proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? So, I would advise you to avoid any undue exertion. Man, this is, awkward. Your benevolence? I mean, what's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but here. I mean, Apollo, she has to channel the last moments of her literal dad. Well, her evil adopted dad who kidnapped her, but also who I guess, treated her well enough that she actually has any sort of emotional connection with him that is positive. So, like, it's kind of fucked up. A lot happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that would be enough to shake anyone up. Still, it seems like she's worse off today than she was yesterday. Well, yeah, he had time to ruminate on the issue. Yeah, I don't remember her being this depressed. You must speak with her child. It is a mother's duty to discipline her child, after all. Now, if you would excuse us. Discipline? Coming from her? I don't like the sound of that at all. Alright, the child abuse. I forgot about that. Wait. Garan didn't do something to her, did she? Apollo, does that woman not look like the kind of person who would commit massive amounts of child abuse? Of all the kinds of child abuse. The emotional, the physical, the sexual. Like, she looks like the kind of person who does not fucking care and will in fact traumatize a child for her own gain. So, yes, she definitely did something to her. Apollo, you idiot. He doesn't recognize that his dad is dead, and he also doesn't recognize that this child is clearly traumatized. He's like, damn, Apollo. Damn. Your Eminence, about today's divination sons. As I understand it, the prosecution has yet to review its content. This is deviation from protocol, a part of your plan. Prosecutor Sanmari, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deem no seance would be necessary for such a clear-cut case. You and your bleeding heart. You seek to spare Raifa the trauma witnessed in her father's death. Is that why you have done this? Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Sanmari. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Which is why I think they're related. Because this game is not subtle. Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence. This case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence, so I believe we could reach a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a sons. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any undue misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Sanmari, Your Majesty, can this trial truly proceed without a divination sans? I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder of her son. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence return home for some much-needed rest? We shall not. You fools spoil her with your feckless words of compassion. See what I mean? This woman has traumatized this child. Listen well, Raifa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown-up you are now. Yes, but... So let us see if the royal priestess has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform divinations as you should? Yes. That's better. See, problem solved. Or Raifa, is this really a good idea? I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin. The divination sounds. Naina, my robe. Oh. Look like Naina's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Barhead! Yes? You removed my robe. What? Why me? Yeah, why are you making... No, I don't wanna. Don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. Wright. Can you see she's ready to begin? Great. I've been reduced to royal robe remover. It's like she's grooming Mr. Right to be Nina's replacement. No, please. That would suck us. Very well, your benevolence. Please start when you're ready. Come, Raifa, you know what must be done. There's no turning back now. Hi now. Final memories of the deceased. This should be interesting.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Why do we have to do this every time? I know I've complained every single time about it, but my god, do I get tired of this? And there's another case after this one. Sadly. Although it's a DLC case, so hopefully it won't be as terrible. Like, I appreciate the cases where, like, I don't have to interact with, like, this entire storyline the most, which is kind of sad when you think about it. Like, maybe it's just me, but they could have used a game without, like, a overarching plot like this. Okay. Oh boy. I, 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 Well, yeah, what did you guys expect? Yep. Your benevolence! What's wrong? What do you fucking think? Like, what do you guys think that would happen? This is unacceptable. Bailiff, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once and whack someone's bolts. This is not good. Yeah, you don't fucking say. Like, what do you expect would happen? I'm not even kidding. What do you expect would happen? Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems she was not ready for what the disease was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I know someone who's not winning Mother of the Year, ever. I mean, of course Rife is going to be overwhelmed. He's still just a child. Yeah, the most annoying fucking child ever who I'm gonna choke out of a window, but a child nonetheless. He seems to have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty. Oh, yes, let us proceed. Bailiff, summon the first witness if you would, and whack their balls. Dad? dad! You're my dad! You're my dad!
This is not the accused.
It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. But true justice is more than an unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution.
That seems uncharacteristically fair of her.
However, should the accused fail to produce convincing testimony, he, along with his cabal of traitorous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I should have known there was a catch!
Your core, your rules, same as it always was, I see, Garan. Now then, Mr. Dark Samadhi, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could.
God damn it, Dad! Why do you remember shit?
I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inga dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It'd go against everything I believe in.
But what if it was self-defense?
Nah, that's probably some bullshit.
That didn't explain squat. For the record, let it be known that the accused's fingerprints were all over the murder weapon. And since he was caught in the act, there was no chance for a third party to tamper with it.
Well, that certainly seems to point the finger at you, Mr. Samadhi. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha!
Seriously, Dirk? This is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Garan wanted. To have Dirk try to plead his case only to fail miserably because he doesn't remember shit. How low can she go? Well, pretty low if you look at everything she's done. Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles and let it be etched into your soul. See how instead of accepting the inevitable, those fish-brained lawyers flounder and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, show me the way.
Now then, with the defense, please begin their cross-examination.
Thanks. Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Dirk?
Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb, son?
Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the real killer must have been there with you. Yes?
You call your evidence!
Does she go anywhere without those goons? No, Apollo, she needs her goons. Was there a third party in the tomb when you were securing it?
No, Your Eminence, we search high and low, but we found no one of the sort.
And there you have it. Oh, right, they did search the place. Furthermore, my guards had the entire tomb surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape.
That's right, no one got in or out without our knowledge. Our evidence on site detectives were absolutely flawless.
Do you see now the presence of a third party beyond the realm of possibility? The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world.
Thanks for nothing, gallery guy, as if our graves weren't already deep enough.
Accused, what do you believe about the possible presence of a third party?
Well, based on the situation you presented, I say the chances are slim to none. You didn't have to agree with her, Dirk.
Let the accused's statement be added to his testimony.
Very well, Mr. Sarmati, if you would.
It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets.
Well, let's keep pressing and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too.
What wrinkles?
Okay, but like we know that that's not true because we have like mysterious bloodstains that don't belong to anyone that we know of.
Objection!
So like there had to be a third person. Because if it's not yours and it's not Inga's, then it has to be someone else's.
Your Eminence, I'm afraid this trial will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can show there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on, I do so love a good fairy tale.
We did a luminol test at the crime scene, and we found a bloodstain that didn't match the Justice Minister blood. I will remind you that neither Dirk nor Miss Faye were injured during the accident, the incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been wiped out by someone.
What's this? Ooh, but who would have done such a thing?
That's the big question, isn't it? Who wiped out the blood and why?
Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal their presence at the scene of the crime.
Oh, and to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong?
The bloodstain belongs to, well, the real killer.
The bloodstain belongs to the real killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably shot while they were attacking Minister Inga, and since their blood would give them away, they had to wipe it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the Justice Minister fired his gun on the tomb. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact.
Objection!
But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then, tell me this. Where was this third party hiding?
Oh,
the crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered, so if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one would dare to look. Somewhere no one would dare look.
Let's have your answer, defense. Now, where could that third party have hidden?
Well, the sarcophagus.
Take that!
There's one place no one would search, not even the Queen's Royal Guard, and that would be inside Queen Amara's sarcophagus. Even now, it's locked up tight. No one would find you if you hid in there. I'm told that it's temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within, but if someone dressed warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time.
This is sacrilege. Surely the perpetrator of such a foul deed would be cursed.
But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. True, the guard were so scared of being cursed they wouldn't even touch it. And when the coast was clear, the killer made a quick escape from within their frigid confines.
Well, now, that does sound like a plausible method of evading capture.
The defense requests a DNA test on the bloodstain. And then we'll see just who the real killer is.
Insolence!
Bow your head and kneel, lawyer. So your head may be parted from your shoulders.
Huh? But the trial's not even over. Whoa!
How soon you forget you're already on the headman's scaffold. As such, I would order your beheading at any moment. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. Royal Guard, bring it forth now.
Here you are, your eminence!
The police have already identified the source of the bloodstain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Dirk Sarmati. What? But Dirk wasn't injured! So where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up? Dirk's illness.
Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? No, that's unlikely. Unless, like, he has, like, extreme tuberculosis or something. Did he wipe it up to hide his failing health? Dirk, is it really that bad? Ah, shoot, you got me. Even he's confused about it. Well, no, I think that he knows what it is, but if he explained it, he would have to point out the fact that he's dead, and he just doesn't want to open that up. Like, he doesn't want to open that Pandora's box. Pay attention, Horn Devil, but this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain would lead us to the real killer, did you not? About that, did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Yes, I did. After she steered you in that direction, that is. I fell right into her trap. Do you see now the folly in opposing the very embodiment of the law? Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. A third party at the scene of the crime. It's beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be for Queen Garan! Her eminence legal tactics are beyond compare! I hate to say this, but she really got us good. The key to Amara's sarcophagus is under the protection of the royal family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it would be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place, though? What if the real killer is still in there? No, that's just ridiculous. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the gallery today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Dirk St. Maddie, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed your cause by resorting to murder. Okay, but like, it cannot be a bloodless revolt simply because we're getting police brutality. That means that we are bleeding. Like, it's not bloodless if one side gets hurt, even if it's the side that started the revolt. Just saying. And maybe I'm an old-fashioned piece of shit, but if peaceful non-compliance and revolting and protest does not work, sometimes I think you have a right to kill a couple of people. Especially when it's a monarchy. Like, that is one of the few things that the French were right about. You kinda need to eliminate the monarchy, because otherwise they're gonna fuck shit up in the long term. Just look at the UK. They should have eliminated the monarchy when they had the chance, and they didn't do it, and now they're paying for it. See, this is what I mean. This game is like very, very underlyingly political, and then it doesn't do anything with it, and it kind of just ignores all of that, and I kind of hate it, because it's like, I'm the one who brings up the fact that this is a monarchy, and inherently it's always going to be kind of shitty, because the second someone new comes along that wants to change the laws, they can be just like, well, I'm gonna change the laws, and then you have to do the revolution all over again, and it's completely useless. It's like, people are so short-sighted in this game, because otherwise you would need to actually talk about, like, the nature of things. The Defiant Dragons and their sympathizers are starting to have doubts. This is why Garan allowed us to cross-examine Dirk. By establishing his guilt in Inga's murder, she's effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. True, but now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Now I shall pass judgment upon the criminal Dirk St. Maddie.
What's this? You shall pass judgment. But your eminence, is that not my role?
Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed.
If I was the judge, I would be so fucking insulted right then and there. As Queen of Cairn, I shall now pass judgment upon the accused. Yeah, same judge. My honest reaction to this. Same Dark.
Objection!
Wait! You didn't even give me a chance to rebut! Know when you are defeated, lawyer. But just this once, I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. See, this is the thing. This is the most hubris someone has ever shown in one of these games. Because, like, a lot of the characters that we end up facing against, Von Karma, Kristoff, mostly Von Karma and Kristoff, like, I guess Dahlia, you could argue. Like, a lot of them have this thing about hubris. Like, they think themselves so powerful. Well, Investigations has a lot of that also. They think themselves so powerful that they can just get away with stuff. And for the most part, they're not. But because they think so, they will let you cross-examine a parrot, for example. And if Von Karma had not allowed us to cross-examine the parrot, we would have gotten away with it. Like, he would have gotten away with everything, and Edward would have gone to jail for the rest of his life. Like, Von Karma had a chance to say no, but he had, like, a perfect record, except for, like, that one time Edward's dad fucked him up. So, like, he didn't give a shit. He was like, what is this, like, baby lawyer gonna do to me? And he fucked up. This woman is the literal queen of a country. She could absolutely get away with it. She could just end it here. And she just doesn't. Like, her reaction is, no, I'm gonna give you the chance to convince me because I'm so powerful. And, like, Von Karma, I can understand it. Like, why would she need to do this? Like, it would like, she's seen how these two act. Like, Von Karma probably didn't know who Phoenix was, for example. Kristoff still thought Apollo was like a baby and didn't think Phoenix was gonna, like, fuck him up because he thought he was an idiot. But, like, this woman has seen these two, well, primarily Phoenix, she has seen him do his job. He knows that she cannot trust Nahyuta with this, so she's coming in herself, and she has the perfect moment to just put the guilty verdict and get it done with and go on with her life and abusing her child. Like, she could do that. She's perfectly in a situation where she could do that. And instead, she does the Von Karma thing. She does the, well, fine, I'll give you a chance to convince me. And it's like, why? Like, again, Von Karma I can understand. He's playing with Phoenix because he doesn't think he's anything. This woman has all of the power in the world, well, in her country anyway. She just, like, washes her hands and is like, yeah, no, come on, convince me otherwise. And it's like, why? Like, this is dumb. This is actually a dumb thing. It would make more sense, opinion, it would make more sense if they had put Nahyuta at the wheel for the, like, initial part of the trial, maybe for all of the part with Dirk killing Inga, and then when we found out that it's clearly not Dirk that killed Inga, Garan walks in and she takes control of the prosecution stand. Like, taking control of the prosecution immediately does not work. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It would make more sense for her to do that after. Like, push Raifa to do the seance and have her pass out, yeah, sure. Be a little bit of a bitch in the background, yeah. But actually, sit behind that goddamn fucking, like, what would it be, an atrium? It's not a desk.
And no, actually, it's not an atrium. I never remember the word in English. Whatever. The point is, like, immediately getting there, it's just like, okay, well, I guess we're dead. But then she does this shit. Quick, Apollo. Even if you have to bluff, we got to keep this trial going. Show her that the crime could have been committed by a third party. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, why don't you start with, how about the timing of Inga's murder? What? This whole case is built on a single premise, that Inga was murdered after Dirk entered the tomb. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong? It might just work.
Well, don't keep us waiting, defense.
Dirk became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inga really killed after Dirk entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Setting aside the assumption that the murder occurred after Dirk arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inga really killed? Before Dirk entered the tomb. Isn't it possible that before Dirk even set foot in the tomb, Minister Inga was already dead?
That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why, of course. I fell unconscious right after I entered the tomb. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means...
you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible. And so we can't rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime.
I see. Well, that certainly does make sense.
So far, so good. This might actually work. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. See, this is what I mean. She knows that they're right. She knows that they're right. Because she probably did it. And yeah, I'm coming out and saying it. She probably, like, thinking about it coldly. It wasn't Dirk. It wasn't Maya who was channeling Dirk at the time. And I doubt it was the person who is channeling Dirk right now, who has to be the queen. Who has been alive for, like, this entire time. So the only thing that makes sense is that another person who has access to the tomb, who has access to the sarcophagus, could kill Inga at some point. And that would be her. Like, Garan is the only person who would have access to Inga, to the tomb, and basically to everything that she would need to kill Inga, knowing that he's gonna do a coup against her, and then blame someone else, who just happens to be channeled by a spirit medium at the time. Like, that's it. That's the entire thing. And she could just give us the guilty verdict anyway, and she doesn't, because she's a fucking idiot. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do with a distraction. Yes! Let us hear some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Bailiff, summon Raifa. Surely she has recovered by now.
Okay, can I work some balls?
No.
Oh. But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore?
No. Again, if I was the judge, I would be very cross with this woman.
I hope you are feeling better, your benevolence.
Must I perform the divination sense?
What? Oh, no. We merely require your testimony this time.
How could my testimony be of any value?
Your benevolence?
Princess Raifa seems awfully depressed. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like rubbing salt in the wound. Being unable to perform the seance was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Prosecutor Sarmari, may I ask you something? Of course, your benevolence. I've been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. You know about Queen Amara and about me. From where did you hear such a thing?
Yeah, that confirms it. Like, she has to be Dirk's other child.
From Mother, and only yesterday. Raifa was carrying on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. But it is up to a mother to discipline her child. I see. Be that as it may, your malevolence, it has no bearing upon our trial here today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Garan told Raif about something other than Amara's status. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Oh my god! Why are you so stupid? I'm gonna like knock their heads against each other until their brain cells start working. Jesus Christ, you two. Raifa, the defense has proposed something preposterous. They somehow think your father was already dead when Dirk entered the tomb. But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify.
Very well, then, your benevolence. Your testimony, if you please.
Yay. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from my second-floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amara's tomb. Then, at about 2:45, I saw Barhead and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one going in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30.
Your second-floor veranda.
Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inga's private residence.
So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30.
Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the royal residence.
So after the minister entered Amara's tomb at around 2:30. No one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered.
The tomb was closed to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband.
Or so she'd like us to believe.
Now hear me, you useless lawyer. Cease this charade and bow before me. For I, Queen Garan, shall finally have your head.
Yeah. Forgive me your evidence, but first, let us allow the defense to question the witness.
The poor judge, he's just here to adorn the room.
Poor judge.
Hold it! Your father seemed different or troubled in any way. Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing.
There was?
Yes, a shriek emanated from between my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him bolt outside, his countenance drained of his usual color.
He screamed and he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened?
I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream.
Maybe it was a nightmare about being racked over the coals by the queen.
It seems our young lawyer here wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Zori, that was rude of me.
Does the defense believe the witness' last statement to be important?
I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony.
Oh boy.
Hold it! And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else, just my father.
That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction. Should I press her on this? Yes! Be a dick to this child. Your benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes, for example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the royal residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Eek! For foreign devil, I'd been gazing upon the courtyard since about 2 yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had stopped him then. I think you've struck a nerve, or rather obliterated one. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone except your father in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, your benevolence. Because that's not true. That is not true. Where's... Yeah, Alby's statement.
Objection!
Your benevolence? You're covering for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, Raifa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, I'm gonna enjoy that she's gonna have a bad time at least. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that, around 2 p.m., his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah! That's Nina's! I mean, nothing! Never mind! Mayuna's reaction to that. You fool of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this straight. This is Nina's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. If so, then you had to have seen Nina sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh, no! No. Please, your benevolence, tell us what you really saw. Yeah. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Nina. And I saw that Deanbag dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I knew it. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to. What? Would you care to explain, your eminence? I request that she withhold said information, for it is of no relevance to this case.
Objection!
You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. Your benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Nina. Alright. When I saw that dingbat dog attack Nina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, that means that while you were coming down, you took your eyes off of the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. This is crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off of the courtyard, it means somebody else could have entered the tomb without you ever knowing. Ah! Your benevolence, are you sure no one else was there? Oh, yes. She's hiding something again. What about Nina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, she was gone. Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Any idea what happened? That dingbat dog must have gobbled her up. I seriously doubt that. But how could Nina simply disappear while Raifa wasn't looking? Raifa must know something. The only question is what? Where Nina disappeared to, probably. Do you have any idea where Naina disappeared to? What do you mean? Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Naina disappeared right at that moment. No! Wait, you think Naina had something to do with the murder? I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something that had kept Naina occupied since the early morning, plus she was seen right before the murder and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You're right, and since she's Raifa's attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could Raifa's attendant really be the killer? So that would mean... First my father and now Naina. These were the people I trusted most. How could this be?
Objection!
God, this woman. Do not heed their lies. Lawyers are a full breed, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Naina did not enter the tomb, that much is certain. How can you be so sure? When Naina's hat was stolen, that crazed curse spilled an urn full of water upon my husband's doorstep. Is that not right, Raifa? Yes, it is. While that dingbat dog was tugging on Naina's hat, it tipped over the urn. The bottoms of her shoes would have been soaked with water, and if she had truly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, she would have left shoe prints along the way. But the only shoe prints to be found belonged to my husband Inga. Huh. Then... That's right, Naina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Naina. That's right, Edward and I did see some shoe prints in there. Now do you understand? Naina could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is but a figment of your imagination. Yeah. Another glorious deduction! Oh hell, the queen, the genius that is her eminence, Queen Garan! Bow down before her glory, witless lawyer! Someone kill these guys. Will those guys fanboy any harder? Or is it really true? Did Naina not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... Mr. Wright? Your benevolence, what time was it when that dog attacked Naina? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Naina entered Inga's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inga came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... I know where you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scream. Will the defense please share their theory regarding Justice Minister Inga's scream? Certainly, Your Majesty. Mr. Inga screamed because he was attacked by Naina, clearly. Maybe he was attacked by Naina. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the real scene of the crime. Does your idiocy know no bounds? The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Do I think the minister was moved from his private quarters? I think the possibility... No, he clearly was running, but See, I know he was probably being channeled. And that's why he ran away. That's how he was able to do the shit that he pulled. Well, at some point anyway. Well, he could have been killed, then put there, then channel. Yeah, no, he had to have been killed, put in the tomb, in the sarcophagus, to preserve him, because that's been a thing. Then Naina got into his quarters. He got summoned, and then he went back into the tomb. But that would mean Nina is the queen also, for the record. I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the scream was in reaction to Nina's attack, but Inga died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. How are we supposed to do that? Oh, maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. What do you mean? It's just, let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Nine in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Prosecutor Sanmari, what is that fool blabbling on about now? This is a riddle from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of. Perhaps, but I believe he himself does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. We should simply ignore him.
Objection!
Come on. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, would you? The autopsy report never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous, so he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my, are you suggesting he ran all the way to the tomb with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inga signed Nina with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to her to flee, right, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, your majesty, does my theory hold water?
Insolence!
How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, spewing an endless stream of an amusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Prosecutor, enlighten this ignorant clown in lawyer's clothing. Your Eminence? Ha! Again. Hilda! You dull, slow-witted, putrid-minded lawyers. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. Or a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. Now, hold on! Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Please stop! Hida has a point. Normally most people wouldn't notice a dagger in their back. Oh, yeah, I doubt someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasize. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Right, there must be something that explains this. There's a reason Inga didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving just that. Very well, please present your evidence. Why didn't Justice Minister Inga notice that he had been stabbed? Well, there's the shots. Although, how much painkiller could he be on? But at least it's something. It is something. Ah, those are my father's painkiller shots. Eh? The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. Minister Inga suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with these. We're told that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With these, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about this, Your Eminence. You can't mean... Mr. Inga was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Wait, let me check the photo. Yeah, that's... I wouldn't say it's close to where you would need to usually inject this kind of stuff to make it to help. But it is a little higher up, but I would say that it's close-ish enough. That's fair. Therefore,
It's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he had been stabbed. What?
What's this? Ooh! And then, are you suggesting Justice Minister Inga really ran off with a knife protruding from his back?
I am, your majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I couldn't see his back very well.
Yes, the knife was there, it was just plunging so deep you didn't notice it under the cape.
Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead.
Murdered by Nine in his private quarters.
Pukanka!
Holy Mother occurring. Are we dealing with the living dead here?
Well, technically, he wasn't dead yet. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inga arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped dead from blood loss. Naina killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Naina to the stand. You seek to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever. Well, there's no real proof, but... What a tangled web of expedient lies you weave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Who or what should I believe in now?
I'm sorry, Raifa.
I'm not.
All I've done is confuse you.
She can take it.
If at this age she doesn't know reality from fiction, that's her own problem. Or her parents. But I have a sneaking suspicion Naina's involved in this case one way or another.
Just when I thought we'd blow this case wide open. Meow, 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 meow. Joey, I'm sleepy.
Well, there's no turning back now.
You fool of a lawyer. I know why you're so desperate to prove the accused innocent.
You do?
Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives.
That's a little rude. I mean, it's true, but that's a little rude.
No, the simple fact is that I've always believed that Dirk is innocent. But still you cling to your pretense. Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you would admit that the accused is guilty right here, right now.
Yeah?
I shall overlook your crime of abetting him, and you will not be subject to execution.
Is this some sort of joke?
Far from it. As Queen, I have the power to grant pardons even to criminals like you. And with the wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Dirk, should you be willing to cooperate.
She hasn't kidding when she said that she's the law here. But to flaunt that power in our faces like that, that's just wrong.
Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the accused and accept my generous offer?
If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Dirk if he's found guilty. What should I do?
You continue the defense, you asshole! What kind of... What would the question...
What does the game even question that? Like, what would...
Nice try, Garan, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of.
We wouldn't kowtow to threats like that, Your Eminence.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now.
I don't want to drag you into this, so... Don't worry, I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end, if need be. And while I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo.
With Champonditi, you get the death penalty too. Even knowing that you still want to defend me.
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me, but I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hear no objections from me, except the ones that I might do to the Queen.
You nincompoops! You'll die if you lose this case. Why would you entertain the notion of continuing?
I don't know, Raifa, why do you make jokes about me getting decapitated? Like 2 trials ago. Remember that, Raifa? Remember that shit? Because I do. I remember that shit, and it wasn't funny, and now you're worried about it. God, I hate this child. I believe that Dirk is innocent, that's why. And besides, trials exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open, or for people to manipulate fake evidence or lack of evidence into putting someone they don't like in jail because the system fucking sucks ass. Like, this system is worse, but by God, the system sucks ass. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment.
Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead?
Who wouldn't be scared? I mean, just thinking about it, it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that.
A duty you're willing to die for. And yet
Duty. It's a heavy burden, alright. Raifa looks like she's really struggling.
Really, we're flashback into this again? Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task.
But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of painful truths she's had to face. Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for debating the accused's guilt.
Unless the defense has further evidence that would indicate a different suspect.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations?
If she thinks I can do this, she's got another thing coming. But first,
I have some serious thinking to do. I said that new evidence indicating a different suspect.
Yeah, it does not exist. Such evidence does not exist.
Just as I thought. I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim your head.
Glad I didn't walk headfirst into that one then.
So what now, Apollo? Well, unless we can prove that Naina killed Inga,
this trial is over, and so are we.
Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means to obtain testimony here in Khura'in?
Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting?
It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. Your Majesty, a crucial step in uncovering the truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this trial, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step.
You mean you will be able to prove that Naina killed Minister Inga? Probably. And just how do you propose to do that?
With the help of a certain someone.
You need help.
From someone.
Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask. Whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Bitch. That is...
Me? Here in Khura'in, legal proceedings include the viewing of the victim's final moments, but that requires your benevolence's help. Such information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If you're right about this, Raifa's power should enable her to see the very moment Naina stabbed Inga. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. Your benevolence, we need you and your power. You need me.
Objection!
Wretch simpleton, do you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? You would only succeed in wasting more time. Or is it your goal to make her collapse again?
Objection!
The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now.
My prepared. Prepared to fulfill my duty.
Isn't a divination sense required at all trials anyway? If so, I imagine there'd be a problem with handing out a verdict without one. Indeed. It would be problematic. Under Karaini's law, a seance must be conducted before a verdict can be rendered.
Such insolence!
Yikes!
Must you try my patience so? If I must dispense with that vexing law, then dispense with it I shall.
Huh?
As ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following. Henceforth, the divination sense shall be optional. What? He has the power to do that? She just wrote the law with a flourish of her hand. Mother, I do not wish for the trial to end like this. It is as the defense said. I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall go through with it this time. I will conduct the seance once more.
Insolence!
Raifa, do not be fooled by his loyal guile. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. But Hornhead needs my help. Raifa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite your grandiose posturing, you collapsed in a most piteous fashion. Yeah. Even worse, you have erred in your insights of late. For has not the barbed one there overturned them more than once? Oh. You cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth through your insights. So I say to you, begone. This sacred hall of justice had no need for such a worthless royal priestess. Worthless?
Whoa! How can she say that to her own daughter?
So, mother, you think me worthless?
Objection!
Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt.
Very well, Horn Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent.
Really?
However, should Raifa fail once more, you two and the accused shall all be executed on the spot.
Come again.
This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, lawyer, what say you? Will you wager your life and call on Raifa to perform the divination seance?
Yeah, I don't have any other options.
I don't think you're worthless, your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. I think you're annoying and a piece of shit and I'm gonna chuck you out of a window. But if you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Hardhead, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death.
I know you collapsed during your previous attempt. Yeah, and that was really fucked.
I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you.
I mean, it's probably gonna be fine. It'll be fine this time.
But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction, in that courage. My courage. Ah, so she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the courage to perform the seance.
But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Right, and that's a bet I'm willing to take.
But it is as Mother said. I've erred in my insights as of late.
Kid, you're like 14 and you probably erred on every fucking insight you've done. And you probably are responsible for the deaths of so many people.
Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I've also contributed to false accusations. Knowing that, can you still say that you believe in me?
No. I never believe in you. I wouldn't take stock in those words, Your Benevolence. Despite what your mother says, I don't think you made any errors at all.
Ha!
In the trials I've been part of here in Kurain, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even though they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided served as vital leads to finding the truth.
Okay, but like, are we seriously not gonna talk about the fact that she is literally responsible
For the deaths of people? Like, several people. Because before Phoenix was here, trials were still going on. And she was still doing the divination seances. So, like, she's responsible for at least a couple of executions and a decent amount of people being in jail. So, like...
vital leads, my senses.
So please, Your Benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time.
One more time.
Raifa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill-prepared to face your father's death. Go, leave this sacred hall at once.
No.
What did you say?
I said no, Mother. For I am the royal priestess of Kurain.
I have no need for you now.
Even if you do not need me, Mother. Hornhead and this Hall of Justice do. He proved that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination sun is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it no matter the risk.
I know that I'm supposed to feel something about this, but I feel nothing. Your Benevolence.
Mother taught me that the divination sense was a mirror reflecting naught but the truth. But I began to have my doubts of the Bob had disproved that the insights it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, Mother, even Naina, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally now know. I know in what I can trust. The royal priestess must debate each sense with the presiding lawyer or prosecutor. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe trials here in Kurain should function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads trials toward the truth. That is my secret duty, and I will never shirk from it again.
That right there, Your Benevolence, is the product of what you've learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realize with your own strength.
As my sacred duty, I must ensure that it is fulfilled. I must have the courage and resolve to see it through.
Your Eminence, the Royal Priestess says she will conduct the divination seance. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Unless, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient.
Mother! I am done letting you have your way.
Raifa, you would actually rebel against me, your mother and queen.
Though I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fear. That is what Hornhead has taught me here today.
Raifa. Are we gonna do the entire animation again?
I am the royal priestess Raifa Padma Kurain. and I am prepared to face my father's death.
Did I have to voice that? Okay. Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Raifa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination sounds. The victim's final moments, this should be interesting. I wonder what Inga's memories are going to show us. Are we doing the entire dance again? For fuck's sake.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
They don't need to put the orange text every time that they do the thing, unless they copy-pasted it. Which would be funny, if you ask me. I'm just gonna put this part. Okay, are we getting the thing this time? Okay. Wine? Sir, wine? Huh? Wait. What's with the... Oh, wait. He couldn't see his face, and also there was the writing. Does he have... He has, what's the name of that thing that, that Ace has in 999? Prosopagnosia? Is that what it was? I think, is that what it was called? That thing where they cannot see faces. What in the... Faceless being. What the heck? His face is just like... that picture of the founder. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, father, what was it? What was it you saw? Are we to understand that this was the last thing the victim saw? Yes. There can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed the accused and slew Minister Ingar for planning a coup? Talk about a sharp left turn into the Twilight Zone.
You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. That laugh. Who does it belong to and why are they laughing? Who knows? Though I suppose it could be Dirk after he slew my husband. Aha. But that figure didn't even have a mouth. Oh. I think we're done here, lawyer. How so? You claimed that Minister Inga was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But Xian's vision proves he was stabbed in the tomb and felt great pain, no less. Oh, that. Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. Eck! Everything just backfired big time. Whoa, Garan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give voice to the soul of the deceased. Listen well and heed these words. Okay. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostage exchange. He was drinking grape juice, wine, while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard Dirk's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed, and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. Wright? Okay, I don't know why I'm so sleepy today. It's up to us to knock holes in Raifa's interpretation of Inga's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. You know, this is a man's voice. Wait a minute. It doesn't necessarily mean, like, Dirk's.
Objection!
Especially because he was holding a cell phone. Your benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. An inconsistency where? Mr. Inga is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. When he heard the voice you claim is Dirk's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed, he just kept looking at the picture of the founder. Ah. That's strange, right? He was waiting for Dirk to arrive with the Founder's Orb, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Ah! Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend.
Objection!
But there's no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only belong to Dirk. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mystery voice? You know, I think we do. Something that Inga had while he was waiting for Dirk. With it, we might just be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inga had with these. Photo.
Take that!
That's my father's. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the real source of the man's voice. Telephone?
Take that!
A cell phone! Right, I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a call on the cell phone.
I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is your evidence view on the matter?
I concede the possibility. Then it seems I must refine my vision. Uh-huh. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them, then? My father had members of the secret police positioned throughout the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as he saw Dirk and the rest of you.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Your Benevolence, I believe you have an insight to revise. I know, Barbhead. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty.
Okay.
So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. Yeah, but who was phone? So there might have been other sounds coming from the phone, sounds that could be clues. Let's take a look at Raifa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Uh-huh. 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 Well, well, well. Can't be at the palace if you're listening to weird lion sounds.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Your Benevolence, but you misinterpret something again. What do you mean? Again? Smooth move, Apollo. I think you just hurt her feelings. She may put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Yeah, and I don't give a shit. Let me rephrase that, Your Benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the palace is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little birdies and my pet frog.
Wait, that giant one in front of the minister house is our pet?
Oh, that's kinda cute. Besides, there aren't any lions in Kurain. We don't even have any zoos. A rather sad state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion's roar coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in the bazaar, because it's a warbird. It's a fucking bird. Isn't that the cry of the warbird over in the bazaar? Ah! Your Benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Okay, yeah, that's a warbird's cry. What's this? Oh! Just as I suspected. It was a call of a warbird. That means the subordinate Minister Inga was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important where the call was made from? It's very important. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a gunshot. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo, tell her. Tell Raifa the real source of that sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosive sound? Wait. Yeah, Alvy's statement. The firecracker.
Take that!
What is that?
It's Albi Ergate's statement. In it, he claims that that's Arable threw a firecracker at him while he was at the bazaar. Then... Yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah! And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inga's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Or do you have evidence that proves the pistol was discharged? When the pistol was discharged, rather. Huh, no, I have none. Wait a second. If that loud bang was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... the Joker who got a kick out of startling Albi with his dragon shot snaps. That happy-go-lucky that's Arable. What? Someone should really put a leash on that guy. I shudder to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Arr, 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 arr. Hey there, AJPW! Y'all can take me later! No one asked for your commentary, Mr. Arable. Your benevolence, do you need to revise your insight? It would appear so. Uh-huh. 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 Okay. Well, this changes everything. Let's go over the details of Raifa's insight again. Okay. I think I got this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Well, the other inconsistency is the time. Because the explosion happened around 2, and this is a 3.
Objection!
Your benevolence, there's a glaring problem with this insight. There is? You stated that the murder happened at around 3 PM, which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the loud bang is, your insight conflicts with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 PM? Statement again?
Take that!
I'll be Ergain's statement. Again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 PM, Fido was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 PM. That's right, 2 PM. Not 3 PM. Ah! Are you suggesting? I think you know where I'm going with this. That laugh, the cry of the warbird, and the bang of the firecracker were all heard right before Minister Inga's death. Then to Albi's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all these sounds. Therefore, god damn it, I can't read. What this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that the deceased's final moments were at 2 rather than 3 as we had originally thought. There I ask. It means the murder took place a full hour before Dirk entered the tomb. Opanka! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the law, have been mistaken? Damn. Lady, your nails. Now you see why justice will always prevail. Shut up, Apollo. Peace, peace, I say. Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the accused was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I wouldn't say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Ah, you're absolutely right. Without a face, we can be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 PM, Dirk was still with me and Mr. Wright, which means this faceless figure couldn't possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this 1 hour difference?
Wait, it's 2 o'clock, that's when... My mother was performing the rite of channeling.
The palace guards had all been reassigned to guard the channeling chamber for the rite. Don't tell me.
The royal residence, it would have been virtually unguarded.
Which means the real killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amara's tomb. Defense, are you saying that this is someone disguised as the accused?
That's exactly what I believe, your magistrate.
Preposterous. Disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. That the face did not appear this time is mere happenstance. Had it appeared, such subterfuge would have been as clear as day. No. He's got a point there. Anyone who knows about the divination sounds would have tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, our killer openly appeared before Inga. The question is why? Apollo, maybe the killer could afford to be so bold, because they knew their face wouldn't show up in the Sun's vision. But it's possible that the killer dared to dress in Dirk's clothes and stand square in front of Inga, precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inga had it? Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inga saw the world? Yes, we can't normally see through the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appear to him, in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inga had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Dirk. But if you're wondering about how to prove that Inga had it, you already have what you need. Really. Well, defense, do you have anything to show to this court?
Yes, I believe so.
Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. Wright means, but I'll look into the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inga's killer is absent in his son's vision?
He's,
Take that!
A notepad.
Yes, it was found in Minister Inga's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics.
And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer how?
The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inga saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him.
What's this? Ooh!
I believe Minister Inga had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being, and why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, my father was always terrible at remembering people. By simply changing my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me.
Your Eminence, you knew that your husband had such a disorder, didn't you? He never wished for it to become public knowledge. But I suppose there's no use in keeping quiet about it. It is as you say. My late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia.
Good enough. Welcome back, Ace999. So Mr. Wright was right. When is he not? The memories of those afflicted with such disorder in life do appear strange at times. There is precedent for this.
So the killer likely knew about the disorder and used it to their advantage.
Right, so there's someone who is both knowledgeable about the divination sounds and aware of Inga's affliction. And it's the fucking queen, because he didn't want anyone else to know, and even Raifa didn't know, so clearly it had to be her.
Your Eminence, who knew about your husband's condition? A small number of servants who tended to his needs, and me. Surely you're not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Oh no, Your Eminence! Still, could she have done it? Yes, clearly she has all of the tools and resources to do it. Brad has an alibi, remember? Alright, she was conducting the rite of channeling at 2 p.m. Unless... In that case... Your Eminence, does Naina know about Minister Inga's disorder? Of course she does, she's her head servant. So as head servant, she knew about Minister Inga's condition, and as the prince's personal attendant, she's familiar with the divination sounds. If these two facts together don't make her a possible suspect, I don't know what would. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like? What is it gonna be this time? When Ingwa was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2, yet that is impossible. For Raifa saw him at 2:30. We did completely forget about that! No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could have only happened at 3 p.m. The hour Dirk entered the tomb. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Why don't we ever get to make up answers like Garan makes up laws? Guess it's back to square one. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we're the problem. We just seem to be short one piece of the puzzle. The deductions so far explained everything to a T. Everything except for Inga's sighting at 2:30. I see, and without the final that final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inga's sighting is the only anomaly, we'll just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It would be impossible to see Inga walking around after he'd been killed, but what if there was a way to make people think he was alive even though he was dead? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Wait. Apollo, did you just... I did! Figure it out! I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite Minister Inga being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The Minister Inga her benevolent saw was in fact someone channeling him. It was the deceased being channeled. Is the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Channel, you say? That's right, and there are only two people capable of spirit channeling here in Khura'in. Her Eminence Queen Garan and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was channeling the Minister. It would seem that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. Well, ma'am, I hate to break this to you, but like, you're clearly guilty. Like, you're clearly guilty. In this situation, you're clearly guilty. Prosecutor, what was I doing at 2:30 p.m., the time at which my husband was seen? Eminence? I believe you had completed the channeling rite and were having tea with the king of the neighborhood realm. There would have been many attendants there too. Hita has to keep up with her schedule too. What doesn't she make him do? Then that leaves only Maya. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward nefarious ends. The real killer could have been threatening her. That cannot be! So then Inga's scream, that was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inga probably leapt to his feet, thinking he just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost time for the hostage exchange, he raced up to Amara's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, her benevolence really did see a dead man running.
Ah!
Using the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? The defense calls Miss Maya Fate to the stand. Well, Your Eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, witch, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Okay. Please tell me it doesn't immediately start at the trial because I wanna go get myself some coffee. Oh, thank God. May 19, High Court of Karain, accused lobby. Talk about some real close shaves! Yeah. What? I'm gonna get myself some coffee. I can't. This game makes me lose my mind. We could have your dishwasher. Oh God, why am I so tired? Anyway, we could have done this faster. I'll be back in a sec. We're back. Well, I'm back. I have my coffee. And my back hurts. Oh boy. I don't know if I got up too fast, but like, oh god. I can't wait to start like physical therapy and maybe the pain will stop. It's just Anyway, we almost got shape. Well, you can't get a closer shape than a Headman's brand blades, that's for sure. The trial's not even over yet and I'm already exhausted. Yeah, the trial's not over yet and I'm still wondering when Apollo's gonna realize that his daddy's dead. Still, you were able to fight back the queen herself in there. Well, maybe with Miss Faye's help, I won't have to keep on playing her game much longer. Speaking of which, I guess it's a little late to be asking, but do you think she's well enough to testify, Mr. Wright? Yeah, kind of late for that, actually. Considering that we call her to the stand and everything. She slept all day yesterday out of exhaustion, apparently. But that's all it was, so she should be okay. Barbhead! Hornhead! I got this bitch. Oh, hello, your benevolence. Princess Raifa, you were really impressive in there.
I am the royal priestess Raifa Padma Kurain. And I am prepared to face my father's death.
Yeah, very dramatic, I don't fucking care. Despite your mother's opposition, you stood your ground, and in doing so, you fulfilled your duty as a royal priestess. It was all thanks to you and your friends. Your belief in me gave me the courage to follow my path. So, you have my gratitude. Oh, don't mention it? I know, I shall thank you with a gift. What would you like? A cow? A horse? Or perhaps I shall reward your efforts with a royal shoulder massage. Oh, that's okay, your benevolence. Your gratitude is more than enough. Thanks. Why is she offering me a shoulder massage? But I thought you Americans like massages. My technique was highly praised by my father, I'll have you know. That's awkward. Hey, you lawyers! Where's the accused? Huh? Dirk? That's a good question. That's... I'm doing big time, AJ! That's... Shut up, you! What's going on? This guy tried to escape with the accused! What?! We were able to knife him, but the accused is nowhere to be found! Where are you hiding him, you miscreant? I keep telling you, I got no idea where he went. I mean, yeah, we worked it together, but I lost track of him after that. So Dirk's on the lam now? Probably. But who knows? He vanished in the blink of an eye. Vanished? You wanna know something, AJ? Dirk said to me, I can't put Amara in danger. I have to set her free before it's too late. What? Don't tell me he's going to rescue her. Well, that's what I am telling ya! It's why I helped him escape in the first place! Do you realize what you've done? Well, what's done is done. Still, why'd he choose to go rescue her now? Maybe he didn't want to die with any regrets or something! You know, just in case he ended up on the chopping block. Why, Dirk? I thought you believed in me. God, Apollo, are you an idiot? He's dead! He's dead and Amara is the one who's been channeling him. Jesus Christ! He's so fucking stupid. Like, he's been laying it so thick, Apollo. Ah, don't be like that, AJ! He'll be back as soon as he frees Amara, you'll see! That's not the point, that's... Listen, lawyer, you will let us know immediately if the accused contacts you. The trial will now resume. See that you are ready. Wait, the trial's still on, even without the defendant? Those were her eminence orders, so you will return to the courtroom at once. Let's go, Apollo. All we can do is see where the next testimony leads. Bye.
May 19, High Court of Karain.
Back to this bullshit. Now then, let us resume the trial at hand.
Your Majesty, my client seems to have gone missing.
What do you think, Your Eminence? We will proceed without the accused.
I know, my royal guard is searching for him as we speak. They shall find him soon enough, or they would not dare to keep me waiting.
Yes, but what about the law governing court proceedings?
Then I shall simply revise it. As ruling sovereign of Karain, I proclaim the following. Should the accused be an enemy of the crown, they may be tried in absentia.
Well, in that case, I guess there's no problem with the proceeding. Will that witness, Miss Maya Fey, please approach us, son?
Oh god. Sorry to summon you like this, Maya. Getting dragged out of bed and into court is not exactly a fun wake-up call, Nick. I'm sorry, Miss Fey, it was my idea. And you are? Oh, right, I'm Apollo Justice. It's nice to finally meet you. Oh, so you're Apollo. Nick's told me all about you. You're the new guy with a loud voice and a bit of an unreliable streak, right?
Unreliable!
Well, that was 2 years ago. You've come a long way since. So why was I called here anyway? Am I under arrest again?
Huh?
I guess no one's filled her in.
Well, she has been asleep this entire time.
Miss Faye, this is a trial for Dirks and Maddie, and you're here as a witness. What? The Dirk's been arrested? But... That's not exactly the reaction I was expecting.
Miss Faye, you are suspected of playing a part in the murder of Justice Minister Inga.
What?
Someone allegedly forced you to channel the minister to obfuscate the time of his murder. At least that is what the defense claims.
Wait, what? How could you, Apollo? How did you even reach that conclusion? Sorry, but it's the only way the whole case makes any sense.
Your understandable anger at the defense aside, will you testify, Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well.
I don't have any idea what's going on, but I know I didn't channel Minister Inga. I didn't even have the chance to do something like that. Besides, I never go quietly along with some criminal's plan. Though I guess there are some things that go quietly along with.
It seems the witness doesn't believe she has ever channeled Justice Minister Inga.
And if her words prove to be true, the fans, your entire argument becomes moot. You do understand that, don't you? Yes, of course. It doesn't seem like Miss Faye is lying. Apollo? Maya was being awfully secretive about something just now. Then I guess I better dig a bit and try to get her to open up to me first.
Hold it!
You've been asleep ever since you were rescued from the tomb, correct? I was exhausted after being held captive for so long. That must have been terrible. Minister Inga didn't do anything to you, did he? Oh no, it wasn't like that. On the contrary, I asked him for all sorts of things.
Like what?
Like, I'm really craving burgers and I'll die if I miss an episode of The Plum Punisher. Acting like a brat netted me a TV and even a few burgers out of someplace. He was surprisingly nice to me. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy here? He may have loomed large, but he was unexpectedly easy to push around. Even though he's the one who was responsible for pushing those execution papers through. Oh, that. Approving executions was simply his preferred method of stress relief. With a wife like her, he was probably really pushing them through out of fear.
I'm beginning to see why he wanted to stage a coup.
In any case, my timing activity wasn't so bad, but of all the things that happened.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Maybe you just don't remember channeling him.
Don't remember? I'm maybe 28, but I'm not senile, you know?
Something's not right here.
Miss Faye, you were confined to Amara's tomb for the whole time, is that correct? Yes, but I wasn't conscious the whole time.
Okay, then let me ask you something. Did you ever see Naina in the tomb? Dressed as Dirk?
Huh? Is this some kind of joke? I think I remember if I saw something as crazy as that.
Plus, I doubt anyone would carry out a crime like that right in front of a potential witness. I hate when he's right.
Hold it!
You didn't have a chance to channel him. Does channeling someone take a long time?
Not really. Once you get the hang of it, it's pretty much instantaneous. But I was all tied up, literally. So there was no way for me to make the channeling mode rather with my hands to do it.
Right. I guess you really didn't channel Inga then. Maya, when mediums are done with a session, they can send the spirit back to the other world themselves, right?
Sure, unless they're still in training, amateurs can get possessed by spirits sometimes. But full-fledged mediums can stay in total control of a session, and they can send the deceased spirit away anytime they want.
So I take it you can do that too, Miss Faye.
Of course! It's a cinch for the new and improved Mystic Maya Faye, spirit medium.
That's strange, you seem like the same old childish Maya to me.
I'll show you, childish Nick!
He's gonna kick his ass.
Hold it!
So you wouldn't channel spirits for unseemly
purposes. Of course not! Spirit channeling is my bread and butter. And I take a lot of pride in my work. It's like, would you use your legal skills to commit a crime, Apollo?
No. Well, until finger pointing and objecting become deadly, I don't see how they can be used.
Wow, you're a regular Mr. Smarty Pants, just like Nick. Always at the ready with some sarcastic comeback.
You think I'll save my many objections for after the trial?
Yes, please. Anyway, I'd never go along with something like murder.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're trying to hide something, Miss Faye.
Didn't anyone teach you about respecting boundaries, Apollo? It's really rude to pry into a person's private affairs. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Wait, we're in a court of law!
Yeah, I know.
Then what was all that about me being rude? I'm just doing my job!
So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding? Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk.
Mm-hmm, a pretty big one.
I think this is about all you're going to get out of her.
Yeah.
Enough. The witness is denying that she channeled any spirits. Further questioning is pointless. It appears your little fiction has been sadly exposed for what it is.
You should listen to her, Apollo. I don't even know why you suspect me in the first place. I mean, you don't have any evidence of me channeling Minister Inga, do you?
Oh, evidence, huh?
There's no point in even thinking about it, really. I don't use anything special to channel spirits, so there wouldn't be anything left behind.
That's true. Just like when she channeled the High Priest, all Maya needs is her own body. If the defense has no evidence to offer, I will have to end this cross-examination. What now? Even if she doesn't use any special items to do the channeling itself, You think there would be something to complete the deception. Is there any proof that Justice Minister Inga was channeled? Probably? You bet there is. Really? Well now. You're bluffing, I take it. I'll be fine! If we're right, then there must be some sort of proof to back us up. Time to do some serious thinking, Apollo Justice. Okay, we know that when Raifa saw her father, he wasn't dressed like Miss Faye, right? Right, because if he was, Raifa would have immediately known he was being channeled. So that means... he was dressed in his usual suit when Raifa saw him. Aha! Good thinking, Apollo. This might be the perfect angle to attack from. Alright, let's have an answer from the defense. What proof do you have that Miss Maya Fey channeled Justice Minister Inga? Well, the only thing related to his suit that we have is the fucking gemstone, that for some reason is khaki suit.
Take that!
Is that a gemstone? We found this among the ashes of one of the tomb's incense burners. Does this gemstone ring any bells, Your Eminence? What? What was that doing in the tomb? Ah, so you do recognize it. But then, as his wife, how could you not recognize this gemstone button from your husband's jacket? I don't get where you're going with this. Channeling Minister Inga Channeling Minister Inga alone wouldn't be enough to fool someone like Princess Raifa, especially if he were wearing your clothes. So you would have had to change into the minister's clothes before channeling him. Ah! Miss Faye, you used the minister's clothes as cover while going from his room to the tomb, where you burned them once you no longer needed them. What? Uh-oh, she seems genuinely surprised by that, Apollo. Miss Faye? Yes? Do you know my husband's name? It was, Inga Karkul Karain, right? That is correct, in part, but there's more. Much more. Inga Karkul, how can this name be as long as pompous as... What? Been as long as pompous than it already is, Corain the Third. This is the fucking dumbest shit ever and I hate it. That is his true name. Could it be any longer? Due to his length, only a portion of it was ever made public. So Miss Faye, do you know his true name? No, I mean, how could I? Precisely. Yet a medium must know both the face and the true name of the one she seeks to channel. So then, Miss Faye couldn't have channeled Minister Inga. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Why would I want to randomly channel some old guy I didn't know? And didn't like thanks to that last trial. I can't believe this. Apollo, I really don't think Maya's lying. However, your line of reasoning still seems credible to me. I agree, but there's something tripping us up in the details. Maybe we're working off of some wrong assumption again. Apollo, I was thinking... Yes? Since I didn't channel Minister Inga, is it possible that someone else did? Someone else? But who else could it have been? I haven't thought that far yet. Such chatter is without merit. Let us move on, shall we? Don't care what Garan says. I'm going to figure this out. If it wasn't Miss Faye and the Queen has an alibi, then... Apollo, forget about who is capable of channeling spirits for a second. I should consider the circumstances around the channeling, right? Right, we know Raifa saw her father come running out of his private quarters. If he was being channeled at the time, who could it have been? It had to have been someone who was in Inga's private quarters. Well, I'm waiting, Defense, and you know how much I despise waiting.
Yes, but there is someone else besides Miss Faye who could have channeled Minister Inga. There's just one more person, and they were in Inga's private quarters. That person is our only hope now. So the defense believes there was another. Let's have your very serious answer then. With pleasure. Horn Devil, who could have channeled Minister Inga? Hi.
Take that!
Naina? Your Eminence said it. Your Eminence said it yourself. That's right. Naina never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe prints were discovered in Inga's private quarters. Shoe prints that belonged to Naina. And then there's her benevolence's statement. She said that Naina disappeared right after she entered Minister Inga's private quarters. The room from which Minister Inga himself came running out of not long afterwards. You are not seriously suggesting? It's the only thing that makes sense. Naina channeled Minister Inga and left his private quarters thereafter. That's why no one has seen her since. And why only the minister's shoe prints were found outside his residence. Ah, no way! That's got to be. Naina must have somehow channeled the minister. I mean, she's like, at this point, it's clearly that she's a queen, so. This is freshly made coffee. All of the circumstantial evidence has fallen into place. You can't ignore it anymore. You can't claim Naina isn't connected to this case somehow. In light of this, the defense calls Naina to the stand. Well, Your Eminence. Very well then. Let us get Naina to testify. Yes! Now we can finally crack this case wide open! Let us adjourn while the witness is summoned. There is no need. Naina's in the waiting lobby. What? Naina's here? I thought she'd gone missing. It seems she was feeling unwell and simply wished to rest undisturbed. But her consent for Raifa brought her here today. He took time off without Raifa's knowledge or consent. I'm betting there's more to her disappearance act that means the eye, Apollo. Like the robots in disguise. Miss Naina, do you understand why you have been summoned here today? Yes, of course. Her Eminence has informed me that this man here suspects I have committed a crime. So this is Naina. That's quite a hair, though. Though I will say... I suppose I'm not as old as I had thought. If this hun-headed nincompoop would take me for a criminal. How old are you, anyway? Like, I know she's the queen, so she has to be around Dirk's age. So, like, she's just playing older. Well, she's 43, so yeah, no, she has to be in her mid-40s, early to mid-40s, I would say. She was probably a little younger than Dirk, I'm assuming. Nincompoop? Isn't that Raifa's favorite insult? I guess Naina rub off on her, what with all the time they spent together. You there, young conhead. Yes? You're accusing me of slaying Minister Inga and channeling his spirit, yes? What an active imagination you have, young folk are so wonderfully open-minded. Thanks! Just take the compliment, Justice. Now then, will the witness please proceed with her testimony?
court wishes to know if you did or did not channel Minister Inga in his private quarters. Boy. It is funny that all of that hair is like stuck on the hat that she uses. I'll give them that much. I was feeling under the weather yesterday and decided to rest these weary bones. Besides which, a lowly servant such as I could not possibly be an honorable spirit medium. Only members of the royal family can learn the art of spirit channeling here in Karain. After Queen Amara's passing, Her Eminence Queen Garan is the only spirit medium left. If you believe a medium to be the culprit, it would have to be that young lass Maya Fey. And there you have it. It seems we have summoned her for nothing. Only those of the royal bloodline have the power of spirit channeling. That a servant such as Nina could channel a spirit is a most amusing jest. On the surface, anyway. But our line of reasoning has led us to this end, that Nina channeling in a spirit. Alright, the defense may now question the witness. Boy, back to this shit.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Come on, move on. I know where I have to do my stuff. Except that's not true. And I assume I have to present careful, yeah. Because she was on the run, so she's still alive. We know this. Like, Garan told us as much.
Objection!
Okay, so I presented what makes sense in terms of a direct contradiction. Except I don't know how to make it make sense in the larger context of this case. Well, is the defense going to follow up its loud objection with a sound explanation? Oh, this story. How do I put this? I believe there's a problem with Nina's testimony. Go on. She asserted that she could not possibly be a spirit medium because in Kurain, only members of the royal family can learn how to channel spirits. I fail to see the problem in the statement, defense. Hold on, I'm getting to it, your majesty. Nina stated an absolute falsehood, since we know that Amara is still alive. At the same time, circumstantial evidence points to Nina challenging Inga. After all, just after she entered his private quarters, Inga came running out screaming despite having been killed at 2 PM. Apollo, come on, just 2 and 2 together, sweetie. That would mean that Nina challenged Inga. Even though supposedly only those of the royal family are capable of doing so. Apollo, put 2 and 2 together, honey. Wait. Is it too late to ask for a refund on my trip down the rabbit hole? Mr. Wright, you may think I've lost my mind with this bluff, but if I can at least establish the possibility, I think I'll give us the break we need. Wait a sec, are you going to propose what I think you are? Yes, it's a huge risk, but I think there's a chance I can prove it. Will the court please take a look at this photo? This photo's very existence, to say nothing of the person in it, contradicts the witness's claim. It contradicts a lot of things, really. That Queen Garan is the only remaining spirit medium in Kurain. Horn devil, you mustn't! Fuck you. Oh, but I must. Under these circumstances, the outcome of this trial depends on it. But you already knew that, didn't you, Your Eminence? Will the defense please explain who is shown in this photograph? The person in the photo is the previous queen, Amara Sigater Kurain. Contrary to popular belief, she was never assassinated. In fact, she is very much alive. What? But that's nonsense. Take a good look at the law book in this photo, Your Majesty. The mark of the dragon branded on it.
could only have been placed there after Queen Amara's supposed assassination. No, shut up. Nobody cares about the Pilot Gallery.
Well, I personally find it hard to believe. I will allow the defense to continue. You may proceed, defense.
Queen Amara's death was staged to keep her safe from her would-be killer. Yet according to Dirk, she's actually being held captive somewhere. But the real truth is that Queen Amara is not being held in confinement. Rather, she walks freely among us. Among us. Here in this very courtroom today.
But how?
He's very upset about this. Do not be deceived, your majesty. The Red Pepper is skilled in weaving plausible lies. It is a cunning lawyerly art known as bluffing. But knowing this, there is no need to fear his forked tongue.
Objection!
Oh, shut up, you piece of shit! You know I'm right! That's where you're wrong, prosecutor, cause you'll be quaking in your boots soon enough. Is that so? It's my turn, I hear that, to wake you up to the truth right before your eyes. Queen Amara is still very much alive and has been disguising herself as... Like, come on, it's obvious.
But that's...
This is the simplest and cleanest explanation for everything we've covered so far. The person who killed Minister Inga, somewhat with intimate knowledge of the divination sounds, the medium who channeled the minister in order to mask the real time of his death, condense these traits into one person and you get a spirit medium of royal blood. And that person is none other than you, Naina. Your true identity is the former Queen Amara and the killer we've been looking for all along.
What?
Objection!
Have you finally lost your mind, Mr. Justice? You say it's beyond blasphemous, even in the depths of hell. Oh my, such frightening allegations.
Indeed, and absolutely ludicrous to boot. Her Eminence Queen Amara yet lives. And it's actually Miss Naina here. You have truly got off the deep end.
You don't have to take my word for it. In fact, a certain someone can help me prove it. Your Eminence. If Queen Amara truly is dead, you should be able to channel her spirit right here, right now. Isn't that correct? I can deny it no longer. The lawyer speaks the truth. Naina, the woman who stands here before us, is Amara, the former queen believed to have perished 23 years ago.
Volkanka!
Yeah, okay. Like, we've been known. Come on, guys. This is not even surprising. Like, I guess this shit like an hour ago. Well, at this point, like 2 hours ago. 2.5. Come on, guys. Finally! God, I feel that. We finally got Inga's real killer on the stand. No, probably not. Because I'm pretty sure he's a queen. But we do have someone who knows things, which we haven't had in a while. Naina, no, Amara Sigata Kurin. Please drop the act and tell us what really happened. Oh, dearie me. I guess I shouldn't have underestimated the power of youth. Well done, young Hanhead.
What is it, the 100 line? Whoa!
I was getting tired of masquerading as an old common man anyway. It has been far too long since I last greeted you, good people of Khura'in. It is I, Amara Sigator Khura'in, your former queen.
Wait, Queen Amara! What? Yeah, he deserved that one. And I thought Garan's makeover was extreme. Now can it really be true? You are alive and well.
It is true. I feel as if I have been called back from the Twilight Realm. I fear I have caused all of you a great deal of distress. Amara, I'm sorry I wasn't able to keep your secret any longer. I hope you can forgive me. It is quite alright, Garan. I am safe now. But Dirk, the black car who threatened my life, will be recaptured soon enough. I need not conceal my identity any longer.
Queen Amara, what does this all mean? Were you not killed in that fire 23 years ago?
I barely escaped that blaze with my life. Although I survived, I knew that scoundrel would make further attempts on my life. Therefore I staged my death and abdicated the throne to my dear younger sister Garan.
But the building of that great tomb, and disguising yourself as a lowly servant, why would you do such a thing?
Garan, I would have you explain. I wish for her to be close at hand. It was the only way I felt I could protect her. And it was the best way to hide her from the eyes of the public. After all, who could conceive of Amara lowering her station to that of a servant?
She's got that right. Even Dirk told Amara was being held captive in some far-off place. He never even guessed she was living as a servant, right in plain sight.
I must say, a life dedicated to the servitude of others is not the least bit disagreeable. It is a quiet, humble existence, far removed from the tedium of regal duties. Ah, but those days of peace have ended.
Actually, let me check something. There's something that I want to check. That might be hair. Like, this might be hair. Because I'm pretty sure Garan can't channel spirits. And that's the reason why she wants the orb.
And it's all because of you, Houndhead.
You should consider yourself lucky if that's all this ends with.
If there is something you wish to say, then say it.
It doesn't matter who you are, you won't escape the crime you committed. The defense moves to indict you as Justice Minister Inga's real killer. What's this? Uwu! You would accuse Queen Amara of homicide. A grand priestess of Khura'inism. You can't do that. She's virtually a goddess in the eyes of her people. If you commit the crime, you'd better be ready to do the time. Be you a priest, saint, queen, or god. I've never met such an egalitarian person. I don't know if that's what I call egalitarian, but okay. Queen Amara, in your years disguised as Naina, you would have learned about Minister Inga's disorder. So you knew you could dress in Dirk's clothes to force her to convincing Sans vision. Isn't that right?
What a curious character you are. You would label me a murderer. Me, the one who the people regarded as the reincarnation of the Holy Mother herself.
You may be a grand figure in Khura'inism, but as a foreigner, you're just another suspect to me.
It would appear your words are not in jest. Am I to suffer the sullying of my good name with accusations of murder most foul?
But please, Queen Amara, forgive his impudence. lawyer knows not what he speaks.
Fear no, good majesty, for this is the sacred hall of justice. Though I am a grand priestess, on this stand I am but a witness like any other. I shall face this accusation with grace and benevolence.
Your compassion overfloweth your mercifulness.
Ah, young lawyer. In my benevolence, I must warn you that your assertion suffers from a tragic flaw.
Huh? Where's the flaw?
Nahyuta?
Yes, your mercifulness. Nahyuta, that's your mom. You can just call her mom.
Who was present in the tomb when the murder was discovered?
Dirk Sanmari, Maya Fey, and the victim, Minister Inga.
I see. That is a fatal flaw indeed. It appears Queen Amara couldn't possibly have gone to the tomb as Minister Inga.
What? Why not?
Do not keep the defense waiting, Nahyuta. Explain how wrong he truly is.
Yes, your mercifulness.
Her benevolence, Princess Raifa saw Minister Inga enter the tomb around 2:30 p.m. Yet you, the defense, claim the person she saw was the minister being channeled by Queen Amara. However, if her mercifulness had channeled him and moved to the tomb, then once she was done channeling, Queen Amara would have had re-emerged and had been left stuck in the left tough in the tomb. Oh yeah, but she tried to exit before you all arrived. Princess Raifa, who had been looking down upon the courtyard, would have seen her. However, her benevolence saw nothing of the sort. In conclusion, Queen Amara could not have left the tomb without being observed. And yet, was she there in the tomb when the murder was discovered, defense?
No, she wasn't.
I mean, that's an easy one because Dirk is also dead, so of course he was being channeled. He went from being channeled by Maya to being channeled by the Queen. I've been saying this for like 3 streams. Well, 2 streams. Now do you see? Your flimsy claim has been uprooted like a sapling in a flood. Well, that was entertaining. Prosecutor Sanmari, assume the prosecution of this case and clear your mother's good name. You wish me for me to take over? Yes, prosecute your father to save your mother. What a poignant fate you bear, but bear it you must. She really is like a piece of shit, isn't she? Are you ready? Yes, Your Eminence. And there you have it, Your Majesty. I shall watch the rest of the proceedings from the sidelines. I relinquish complete control of this sacred hall to your authority once more.
Why, thank you, Your Eminence. Now then, Your Mercifulness, your testimony, if you please.
She's gonna come back in like an hour. I'm pretty sure the Queen is also lying on purpose to, you know, for whatever reason, protect her sister / protect Nahyuta. / Raifa. You know, a little bit of everything. Now I shall destroy your utterly absurd and barbarous theory. I was not anywhere near the tomb following the murder. Were your theory correct, I would have been in the tomb once I had stopped channeling. My husband Dirk is the killer, but he has fled from this sacred hall. May the Holy Mother rain judgment upon the traitor Dirk Sanmari for his crimes.
Oh, such marvelous testimony. You are truly a treasure, Your Mercifulness.
This too is put by the grace of Her Holiness. No doubt my unmasking here today was her will as well.
Oh my, the Holy Mother, you say?
Yes, surely Her Holiness has guided me to the witness stand. And to the purity of truth. A tiger? Like the deer I get, like a tiger?
Oh, how magnificent! Queen Amara, the Holy Mother's messenger here on earth. I am. Okay. Where did those animals even come from? Now then, the defense may question the witness. But remember, she's a Grand Priestess, so disrespect will not be tolerated. That means no pointing out conflicts, inconsistencies, or any other flaws in her testimony. Wait, but that's my job. Like, that's literally my job. Yeah, you're gonna destroy me with facts and logic.
Hold it!
Well, maybe you were hiding inside the sarcophagus. After all, it does technically belong to you. I bet you have no trouble opening it. If I had been in there, I could not be here today. But the tomb has been under constant surveillance since the murder. I would have never been able to leave. I guess not. If I might ask, what's in that sarcophagus anyway? You're still alive, so... There is despair, sadness, hatred, and malice. Only one brave enough to see the truth hidden deep within could discover the final hope. My continued corporeality... Corporeality? Okay. You completely lost me. I think she means that Dirk's corpse is in there. In other words, it's empty. No, I think that Dirk's corpse is in there. But no one dared to open it because they were too scared of the curse. Now, will you dispense with your theory? It is as empty as my sarcophagus. Wait, I wanna press this one.
Hold it!
Also. I'll admit you weren't in the tomb after the murder. Very good. But that very truth refutes your theory. Even if I had channeled Minister Inga and entered the tomb, the moment I ceased channeling him, I would have re-emerged at the crime scene. Precisely. As you said yourself, Defense, Queen Amara was not there after the murder. The only living souls in the tomb at the time were Dirks and Maddie and Maya Fey. Be it in this life or the next. There is no escaping such simple truths.
Hold it!
There must be a reason why he had to make his escape today. A reason? Ah, perhaps. Perhaps what? Perhaps to conceal himself and lie in wait for another chance to claim my life. Well, what's this? Ooh! Oh, come on, woman, you know you're lying.
Objection!
No, it definitely looked like that, your mercifulness. First of all, you don't really believe he's trying to kill you, do you? After all, you two ran off together after he rescued you all those years ago. That was only because he had the audacity to claim it wasn't me, you must believe me. It was my duty as a wife to her husband, to bend an ear to him, was it not? Communication after disagreement is a secret to a long and happy marriage. Sure, I guess. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Don't ask me! Yeah, have you seen him and Edward? That is why I listened to Duck. However, he didn't have a shred of evidence to support his claim. It grieves me to admit it, but my husband truly did try to murder me. That's quite enough. It's abundantly clear that Queen Amara's testimony is flawless. Do you understand now, lawyer? This is bad. The judge isn't going to let me cross-examine her much longer. Amara should have been in the tomb after the minister's murder, but she wasn't. I don't get it. Why did she just vanish from the scene of the crime like that? It shouldn't be possible for normal people to... Maybe. Maybe what? Your Majesty,
I think I can explain why Queen Amara wasn't there in the tomb after the murder.
Very well, Defense. Do explain.
I believe it was accomplished through a method only she is capable of. And by using this special method, it will be possible for her to literally disappear.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Let us hear it. How did Queen Amara disappear from the tomb?
She channeled someone. All she had to do was channel someone, then she could easily disappear from the scene of the crime. After all, she would literally be someone else.
Why, I believe that actually makes sense.
What do you have to say to that, Queen Amara? You believe that I, a Grand Priestess, would use the sacred power of spirit channeling to commit murder.
What the? Mercy, your mercifulness.
Yeah, that was freaky. She did not need to do the Dahlia Hawthorne thing. Like, I don't think she's guilty of everything, but they really are throwing the Dahlia Hawthorne, like, energy on this woman.
Oh, there you spew such vile blasphemy, Defense. You will retract your last statement, or face immediate execution.
No, good Majesty. It is quite alright. Corainism also teaches that we must respond at all times with reason principle. Therefore, I shall offer a measured response to this blasphemous accusation. You have something to counter with? Indeed. Now are you listening? It would not have been possible to simply vanish by means of spirit channeling. After all, it would require a deceased person to channel. However, there was only one murder victim in the tomb. And that was Minister Inga. The only others there right after his murder were Dirk and Miss Faye. Ah. Had I channeled Inga as you allege, well, the outcome would have been quite odd to say the least. For there beside the dead minister, a living breathing one would have appeared. Even if I had been in the tomb, there was no one to channel except the deceased minister. So you see, I could not have vanished by means of spirit channeling.
Yeah, that's true, but
I can't rule it out yet. Because, well, what if there was another victim? Someone we haven't identified yet. Absurd. If you channel someone other than Minister Inga, you could have used their identity to disappear from the tomb. Okay, the question is Apollo gonna put 2 and 2 together? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna finally figure it out? Another victim? Queen Amara, please add your last statement to your testimony. This could explain everything. Wasn't there some sign of another victim there in the tomb? And yet, why do I sense I'm not going to like what I'm about to find out? Well, Apollo, you know exactly why, idiot.
Objection!
I can't believe I'm presenting this. But it proves that there was another victim. Still, the only ones there at the scene of the crime were... No, it can't be!
would the defense care to share something with us?
Queen Amara, you knew, didn't you? Whatever are you talking about? If you won't tell this court, then I will.
Well, don't keep us waiting.
This case includes a second victim. One of the 2 people found alive in the tomb after the minister's murder was actually already dead. But a second victim, Apollo? Queen Amara, after you channeled Minister Inga and moved to the tomb, you vanished from the scene of the crime by channeling the other victim. That explains why no one found you after the murder was discovered. Oh, you putrid bugbear, of all the half-witted buffoonery to come tumbling from your lips. But suppose I indulge you and play along with your little delusion. Tell me, Mr. Justice, who was the other victim?
Okay, the music is okay. We're having the moment. There's no way this can be true. Oh, we're even having like dramatic music where they're doing the whole 9 yards. Okay.
But... no, I can't stop now. If this is the truth, is the only way forward to solving this case. The other victim who Queen Amara channel was... I did that.
Oh, okay, that sound?
See, that would have a lot of more weight if it hadn't been obvious since the beginning that Dirk was dead, but okay, I guess you put in the effort.
Listen, son, even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. There is no escaping death now that it has its sights on me. Because I'm already dead.
Dirk knew everything, but he couldn't bring himself to tell me.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd betray a certain someone if I did.
He couldn't accuse the love of his life. The sad truth is, the other victim channeled by Amara was...
Take that!
But you can't. That's not possible! The defendant Dirk Sadmati is the one Queen Amara channeled. He's the other victim. This is insanity.
Polpanka!
Apollo, what are you doing? Do you realize what you're proposing?
Objection!
I demand an explanation, Mr. Justice. I don't know when or why Dirk was murdered, but the fact and evidence speaks for themselves. And this is where they've led me. I see, after Inga's murder, Dirk and Maya were the only ones in the tomb, but if one of them was actually dead and being channeled by Amara... But it can't be, can it? Dirk's bloodstains at the scene of the crime was the clincher for me. He wasn't even injured, so how could he have possibly bled that much? The only logical explanation is Dirk had already been murdered.
Objection!
That's enough. Your explanation cannot be the truth, and you wouldn't not dare to claim to have proof to support your assertion. Nahyuta, I wish it weren't true. I wish it with all my heart that I'm wrong. But as much as I don't want to believe it, yes, I can prove it. Dirk's killer must have hidden his body. It would have to be somewhere nobody would ever look. And there is only one such place. You truly have proof? The fastest way would be to actually have someone go check the tomb.
Go check the tomb, but why?
Because I believe Dirk's killer hid his body here, in the sarcophagus.
Take that!
You would suggest. Queen Amara's sarcophagus, the only place in the tomb that no one would dare to look. Plus, the killer would soon become trapped by hiding in there. But a body, well, that's a horse of a different color. Which means...
I believe we must search the sarcophagus at once. Your Eminence! Being that Queen Amara yet lives, I trust we may now open it.
If we must... Your Majesty, I believe Detective Sky is still there at the tomb. Let us contact her at once and have her conduct a full investigation into the matter. But
then, Detective Sky, your report if you please.
I'll start with my findings. Please, please. Please let me be wrong about this. I just want things to be as they were. A search of the sarcophagus revealed a body that appears to be several days old. A body. Detective Sky, tell me it wasn't Dirk. Tell me my whole theory was completely off base. I have a photo of the body. And I have positively identified it as... Yeah, there he is. Dirk's son Maddie. And his butterfly is blue, it's not pink. So that means that we are right. Like, that was Amara that was channeling him when he was in prison. Because I assume her side is a pink one, you know? Hide it, Dad. Dirk! Ow! Yeah, okay, we get it, Apollo. Like, it's not like I don't feel bad for him, but... Like, I've known this for like hours, and this guy's like, I wonder what he meant by that. And he just follows along like a little waddling duck. Why? Why did why does this have to happen? Damn it, Dirk! Answer me! How can this be? The traitorous Snake, the very head of the insurgency, murdered. Oh, what a joyous death. Those fools shouting for change and revolution will finally return to whatever rocks they crawl out from under. Well then. What? Was I even fighting for? What am I fighting for? Sorry, it's necessary. Apollo. It's also a Capcom property, so what am I supposed to do now? Apollo, stop disappearing into the void, please. We have a trial to finish. "3 hours of ellipses later. Ay.
Son!
Huh? Hi, Dad.
A lawyer. Should never look the way you do right now. A dragon never yields.
Really? They make him record that line and they don't use it for that? Like here, where it would also... Okay, sure.
Even when wounded, a dragon bites down hard, never lets go until it's dying breath. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey until the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth.
Okay. But, Dirk, what if the truth is that you're...
Apollo, in court tomorrow. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all.
You believe in me that much, Dirk?
Look at this look at that memory. Nice memories. We almost died. We like as children, we almost died, and then we almost died again. Good times.
Dirk, I think I finally understand.
Can't yield. Not now. Not ever. After Dirk believed in me despite knowing what was about to happen. Besides, Dirk left me with two things I must do. Are you alright, Apollo?
Sorry about that, Mr. Wright.
But I'm fine now. I can grieve later. Apollo. Detective Sky.
Yes?
How sure are you that the body's been there for a few days?
I'm positive. No autopsy's been performed yet, but I'd say it's been at least 3 days. Fortunately, the low temperature inside the sarcophagus kept it from decaying. Oh, and the chest area bore 3 gunshot wounds from a small caliber weapon. I believe they are the cause of death.
Well. At least 3 days, huh? That means Dirk was already dead by the time he came to visit me in the States.
Then who was channeling him?
I think it would have to be someone who could get into and stay in the US without arousing suspicion. It also had a solid cover story, so they wouldn't be seen as missing. I believe this is who was channeling Dirk when I saw him in the States. Maya.
Take that!
Delightful little Maya. Maya? Oh, I see. She was being held hostage at the time, so it seemed only natural that she wasn't around. Right, and do you remember what she said earlier? So please, just tell me, what exactly are you hiding?
Sorry, but I promised Dirk I wouldn't say.
You made a promise to Dirk?
A pretty big one.
Dirk didn't want his own death to be known. The other members of the Defiant Dragons would lose all hope if they found out, and that would snuff out the flames of revolution for good. Miss Faye, Dirk told you to keep quiet about this, didn't he?
I guess it's no use hiding it anymore. Yeah, I promise not to tell. Dirk made me promise before he died.
Okay, so you saw him when he was alive, so... So I was right then.
Apollo? There's something I need to tell you. It's about, you know, Dirk's final moments.
I'm listening, Miss Faye. What happened in his final moments?
It was soon after I was kidnapped. Dirk paid me a visit in a tomb where I was being held captive. I'd say it was a few days before Minister Inga's murder.
Hey, young lady, time to get you up and out of here.
Oh... It's that revolutionary guy.
I'm here to rescue you.
You are? Why?
I figure things were a little too quiet with that stump-sucking scumbag. So I started to get around. That's when I found out you'd been abducted.
But why would a rebel help me?
Let's go before it's too late. It's all ready for you, pal. Oh, god damn it, this asshole. Long time no see, you rebel blowhard. Inga, I know you're up to something and I'm going to find out what. Ah.
Right in the chest!
Ugh. That's good, that's smart. You've become a real thorn in my side, see? So it's time for you to be pushing up daisies. Ugh.
Dirk!
He just took 3 bullets and he's still standing like he's built different. You really think a pea shooter like that could kill a dragon? What the? Well, yeah, some kind of freak? Nuts to this!
And then he ran, like a coward. Dirk was shot several times, but he barely even flinched. He sacrificed himself for me. It's ropes! I gotta help you.
Relax, it's going to be okay. Sorry things turn out this way, but it doesn't look like I have much longer.
No, don't say that.
You're a spirit medium, aren't you? Now I'm gone. I want you to channel my spirit.
Stop it, don't keep up like that. If you do, untying a rope like that with a
Oh god damn it, I thought it was her. If you do, untying a rope like that will be a child's play.
No! Please hang in there. You can still make it.
Maya, he got shot in the chest 3 times.
None of them seem to have hit the heart, like, directly, but I'm pretty sure one at least hit an artery, so... Well, not an artery. What, like, the direct connections? I never remember the name in English.
Promise. Promise me one thing, young lady. It's about my son.
Dirk was talking about you, Apollo. He said he wanted to see you one last time. So he asked me to return to the US and channel his spirit.
You really said that?
Mm-hmm. He also said he'd been meaning to visit you for years, but kept putting it off. And that this was his last chance. You just show up here without warning after all this time? What gives?
I came all this way to see you, son. Come, rejoice!
Right, why don't you tell me the real reason you're here? Dirk, you really did come to the US because you wanted to see me. I guess this means it was Inga that hid Dirk's body in the sarcophagus after Maya left the tomb. Apollo, you can't stop now. Dirk would want you to keep pressing on. I know, Miss Faye, and I won't disappoint him.
Defense, if you are ready to proceed, I would first have you answer this. Do you believe the accused's death will impact what we know about this case?
Yes, and I believe I can explain everything now.
Very well. Your explanation, please.
Dirk entered the tomb at 3 PM, the time the hostage exchange was to take place. Or rather, Dirk, as channeled by Miss Faye, did. Now, by the time he entered the tomb at 3 PM, Minister Inga was already dead. I say that because we know the minister was murdered at 2 PM. But there was someone else in there. This person was already hiding in the tomb waiting to channel Dirk in place of Miss Faye. Hello, lady?
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it? The fact of the matter is, Queen Amara killed Minister Inga at 2 PM. So she then went to his private quarters and channeled his spirit. The minister, thinking he was going to be late, hurried to the tomb for the hostage exchange.
But once in the tomb, Queen Amara stopped channeling Minister Inga and hid herself. Then, when Dirk entered at 3 PM, she snuck up from behind Tui and forcibly dropped Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body. Drove his spirit out of her body. Impossible.
Objection!
Actually, there is a way to do that. With a Magatama party, that is. Using one, anyone could drive a spirit out of a person's body, even if it refused to leave. Are you telling me that the extra pale brown Magatama in the tomb was... Oh yeah, that one. That it was... That's right, Prosecutor Sanmari. And you've seen one in action before. You saw how the glowing red Magatama sent the High Priest back to the Twilight Realm. And how it turned a spent pale brown afterwards. In other words, the brown Magatama found in the tomb looks that way because its power had been used up in pushing Dirk's spirit out of Miss Faye's body, right? I probably passed out as soon as Dirk's spirit left my body. I was exhausted after challenging him for so long after all. After that, Queen Amara must have dressed Miss Faye in her usual outfit and tied her up. I'm not sure where she got the outfit, but we can assume she had it all planned out. Then, Queen Amara must have changed it into Dirk's clothes, smeared blood onto them, picked up the knife, and channeled Dirk's spirit. Well, yeah, I guess. That's how she made it look like Dirk had committed the crime. And that's how she escaped right under our noses. I don't know, Apollo. The whole thing still seems a bit far-fetched. Dirk, what was going through your mind while all of this was unfolding? So ultimately it was all for naught. Nahida? Those dreams of revolution Dirk was always spouting. They placed nothing but false hope in the minds of the people. And in the end, they were simply fantasies. Nahida, how can you... Karma has spoken. The dream of revolution has withered on the vine. Its fate is sealed. The other insurgents will soon wake from their shattered dreams. No, Dirk's dream can't die like this. I'm not going to sit back and let that happen. I can't, and I won't. Nahida, don't forget that Dirk's been proven innocent. His name is no longer tainted by the charge of murder. Now the rebels and their sympathizers who have been calling for his release can be charged with abetting the accused. The revolution is far from over, it's only just begun. No, Dirk has not yet been proven innocent. You have merely indicated the possibility of his innocence. What do you mean? He's fucking dead! Dirk is indeed dead. However, what if it was Dirk who killed Minister Inga while being channeled by Miss Faye? And while the crime could have occurred at 2 PM, you have yet to substantively prove it. Substantively prove it. I hate words. They confound me. Or do you have conclusive proof that the time of Minister Inga's death was at 2 PM? Well, no, I don't. But it seems further testimony will be required of me. As it would appear that I have fallen under suspicion, I would like to state my case. Prosecutor Sanmari, the rebellion must be snuffed out once and for all. You must prove Dirk Sanmari to be the full murderer that he was. And every last insurgent and their sympathizers must be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act. As you wish, Your Eminence. Why is Nahida doing this? Gran shouldn't have him under her thumb anymore. Amara's not a hostage, so what gives? Nahyuta, what's left to chain you to her like this? Very well then, Queen Amara, please proceed with your additional testimony. I love that this is just gonna be Raifa, like I said it before, it's probably Raifa. Raifa's actually like Nahyuta's full-on blood sister, not, and like they're halfsies, even if she, you know, even if it was another person who put the sperm in there. But clearly they're related, both of them. So like clearly it's Raifa, and Apollo's just not doing the connection, and I'm just losing my mind. Like, it took him this long with Amara, and now he's taking me this long with this shit, and I'm just like, God, Apollo, please, Apollo, I'm begging.
Well done, lawyer. You have painted me as a killer with nothing but your silver tongue. However, you have no evidence proving your distasteful theory. Furthermore, Dirk could have committed the crime while being channeled by Miss Faye. Now let us end this charade. For the eternal glory of Khura'in and its people. The tiger is what confuses me the most there. Do you understand now, you putrid Pepper? There is no point in defending Dirk any longer. It has all been in vain.
Let it go and move on, right? Well, not today.
Your theories are but a pillar of salt that crumbles at the slightest breeze. But no more. This ends here and now.
The defense may proceed with his cross-examination.
Then.
I admit I don't have any solid evidence. Yet. But you're the only one who could have committed a crime.
What on earth do you mean?
Including Miss Faye, there are only 3 spirit mediums in Khura'in. Furthermore, when the crime scene was first discovered, Queen Garan was with me and Mr. Wright, while Miss Faye was tied up in the tomb. That means that the Dirk we saw after the minister's murder could only have been challenged by you, Queen Amara.
Insolent lawyer.
Eek! Forgive us your mercifulness!
Really, your majesty?
Objection.
But have you considered the following defense? What if there was, unbeknownst to us, another spirit medium in Khura'in?
Objection.
Oh, come on! What are the chances?
You lack the evidence to support your claim that Queen Amara is the killer. Which is why you have had to use the powers of elimination to zero in on her. It therefore stands to reason that you would have to rule out all other possibilities as well.
He has a point, but it's a shitty point that he's making.
Well, can you eliminate the possibility of another spirit medium defense?
Of course I can't!
Under the circumstances, Apollo, there are 2 ways to establish Amara's guilt.
We either prove she killed Inga, or prove she was in the tomb.
Which one can I actually prove?
Well, I know that she probably didn't kill Inga, so obviously it was the fact that she was in the tomb. I can prove that Queen Amara was in the tomb when the murder occurred.
It seems you are bent on painting me as the killer.
Well, if the shoe fits.
Very well. Let us see some evidence that proves I was at the scene of the crime. You do have some, do you not? There is nothing to prove I was even at the scene of the crime.
About that.
Objection.
Butterfly.
Queen Amara? Does this pendant look familiar to you? Why, that is... We found it in the tomb, and it has the minister's blood on it.
Which means it was probably dropped in the course of the crime.
Objection.
And I fail to see how it is relevant to your argument. It does not belong to the accused.
That's what I thought too. After all, Dirk had said
it did himself. He said that. Yes, but it was a lie. Because I believe he was covering for someone. Covering how? For who? There's a certain piece of evidence that shows the pendant is in Dirk's. Dirk's dead. His little corpse picture. That's a photo of the accuser's body. Body, is it not? Yes, it is, and I'd like to call your attention to a certain spot in it. This right here proves that the pendant that was found in the tomb wasn't Dirk's.
Take that!
You will notice an object near Dirk's left arm. It's an identical pendant, except it's blue.
Oh, now that you mention it.
Don't you find that a little strange? Why would he own two of them, but in different colors? Here's what I think. The pendants were meant to go together as a pair. A pair. If the blue pendant was Dirk's, then what about this pink one with Minister Inga's blood on it? Who do you suppose it belongs to?
Objection!
Sorry to disappoint you, but no fingerprints were found on the pink pendant. Therefore, we have no way of knowing to whom it belongs.
Objection!
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Zamadi. I'm guessing you didn't know that this pendant is actually a locket. Come again. Now, this is where it gets interesting. When we open this locket up, we found a faint fingerprint inside, on the back of the lid to be exact. What? No. So now the question is, to whom does the fingerprint belong? Queen Amara? It belongs to you, doesn't it? It seems I've truly rendered the witness speechless this time around. This cannot be. Mother, tell me it does not belong to you. Nahyuta, Think about it, Queen Amara. Dirk must have realized that you were channeling his spirit, and he had probably already figured out who the minister's killer was. And yet, he still claimed that the pink pendant belonged to him. But why would he do such a thing? You really don't know. He was protecting you, duh. Because he loved you. He loved you until his very last breath and beyond.
I have one more big secret. I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did.
Dirk knew everything, even that he was being used. But he kept quiet, all for your sake. Dirk, why do you always... Well, Queen Amara, Dirk, the one whose love for you never wavered all these years. Are you going to betray him now? Dirk, what's with that anime ice face? This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Queen Amara, are you ready to confess to your crime? I can deny it no longer. The truth is, it was I, Amara Sigatar Kurain, who slew Minister Inga. It's preposterous! And there he goes.
This is beyond belief.
Mother, why would you? Forgive me, Nayuta. I never wished to cause you such sorrow. But I had no choice. It was the only way. The only way?
So in the end, Queen Amara and Dirk Sarmati. I suppose this means that they were unable to reconcile while he was still alive.
Yeah, this sucks ass. I don't think the state of the kingdom or the incidents of the past would have allowed that. They were prisoners of their shared history, so to speak. Queen Amara, there's something I need to know. You had staged a near-perfect crime, so why did you bring this pendant into the tomb with you? You should have known it would come back to haunt you. I do not really understand it myself. I had nearly been assassinated by my own husband, yet I could not bear any hatred toward him. I was unable to discard this or part with it for even a short time. As with Dirk, I have never stopped loving my husband for the past 23 years. Mother. So she really believes it. I mean, to be fair, I think a part of her probably doesn't believe that Dirk tried to kill her, which like, at this point, it's clear that it was just, like, some fucking conspiracy with, like, Garan, like, at the top. But, like, that Dirk tried to assassinate her? Your Majesty, is it not time? Time to declare Dirk innocent? I would ask that you do this for my beloved, who now dwells in the Twilight Realm.
Very well then. Your Eminence, Prosecutor Sarmati, if you have no further objections.
This cannot be my mother. I have no objections. Dirk, I did it. I finally did it. I proved your innocence. But
very well then. Being that Queen Amara yet lives, we can no longer charge the accused with an assassination that never came to fruition. As for the murder of Minister Inga, the truth has been laid bare for all to see. Therefore, I will now pass judgment upon the accused, Mr. Dirk Sarmati.
Hi. You? Your benevolence? Of all people? I cannot accept this.
Is something the matter, your benevolence?
Queen Amara is lying. It makes no sense. Queen Amara would not have killed my father. What's with her all of a sudden? Is he some sort of lingering affection towards Naina? Raifa. Speak the truth, Queen Amara. Did you really kill my father? Yes, there is no mistake.
She has confessed to the crime, thereby clearing the accused of all suspicion. As such, I see no need to continue these proceedings.
Barbhead! Hornhead! Are you going to let this stand? Dirk's been proven innocent and he's about to be declared not guilty. Even so, something doesn't feel right. Apollo, if you have any doubts, now's the time to raise them. After all, the courtroom is a place for finding the whole truth. But it's all up to you. There are definitely things that don't quite add up. Does this mean that the whole truth hasn't been brought to light yet? Should I push to continue this trial? Well, probably. Because the Queen is clearly guilty, but we haven't done anything about that. Your Majesty, I have a feeling we haven't discovered the whole truth, and the only way we'll ever find it is to continue this trial. Hothead!
Very well then. Will the defense please tell us this? What important fact about this case has yet to come to light?
Well, the motive... Like, Amara doesn't really have a motive. Queen Amara? Is there something there's something I still don't understand. What was your motive for killing Justice Minister Inga? That is a fair question, and one that I shall not answer. It was for the future of this kingdom that I slew Inga Karakul Kurain. To avert further tragedy, his death was an unfortunate necessity.
Further tragedy.
Over the past several years, Minister Inga had been rapidly expanding his power. He had established a secret police and was relentless in his pursuit of the insurgents. He even had the overwhelming support of the people, but still he was not satisfied. Hungry for more power, he began planning a coup d'etat.
You mean his plot involved with the Founders Orb, which led to Maya Fey's abduction?
Yes, Mr. Inga planned to use the orb to gain access to great spiritual power. Not that that would have served him in any way whatsoever, if his intention was to gain it for himself, because he does have prosopagnosia, which means that he never would have been able to, like, channel any spirits, because he doesn't know what they look like. Like, he doesn't know what they look like. So, chances are his intention was to use it on Raifa, make sure that she's powerful enough, kick Garan out of power, and then use Raifa as a kind of puppet queen, basically. After which he would assassinate Garan and usurp the throne. His machinations were reminiscent of that terrible tragedy of 23 years ago. And as one affected by that incident, a man vowed to never allow a repeat of such events. Yes, and the Holy Mother delivered unto me the perfect opportunity to fulfill my vow. Security amid the courtyard was rather light due to the rite of channeling, and Inga had barricaded himself in the tomb with his hostage, away from prying eyes. I knew I would never again have such a perfect opportunity, so... At 2 p.m. during the rite of channeling, I slipped into the tomb and slew the minister.
There it is.
Well. Bracelet.
Apollo.
Yep. It seems this trial is far from over. Queen Amara, I believe you're still hiding something.
But if you want to keep on playing this game of hide and seek,
then let's start with that last statement you made. If I must. Well.
oh hey. There.
Gotcha!
The twitching.
Queen Amara.
You're not very comfortable talking about the 2 o'clock rite of channeling, are you?
I can tell because a finger on your left hand twitched almost imperceptibly when you did. Oh. And that pose you make. Is there something about your chest that makes you nervous? Whatever do you mean? The murder occurred at 2 p.m. and I'm pretty positive Amara was in the tomb at the time. So then, why is she so conscious about her chest when she talks about the rite? The rite of channeling. Didn't Albie snap a picture of it? Queen Amara, I have here a picture of the rite of channeling. It was secretly taken by a certain individual.
Objection!
Such insolence. I would have the perpetrator named at once. Sorry, no can do. You see, I just happened to find it on the ground, so, Do you take me for a fool? Yes. Well, how about we discuss the photo's origin a little later, because right now... there's something much more pressing at hand. I believe this photo merits further examination. Just wish there was more to see in it than darkness and more darkness. I might be able to make out a few more details with some image adjustments. Let's ask Emma if she can help.
Bailiff, please summon Detective Sky to the Hall of Justice and whack someone's balls.
Just someone, it doesn't have to be Emma. Here you are! I was able to obtain a much clearer image by raising the brightness. Just a little photoshopping. What's that right there?
An injury? No, wait. I think it's a burn scar. Well. I was right. They exchanged they exchanged places. Like, the woman that is doing the channeling is it's the queen, so the only person who could have killed Inga is Garan. Wait a second. Your Eminence. You don't have a burn scar like that on your chest. The game had to give us like this photo of the chest, just like right there on the titties. Okay. What's going on here? If the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan, then who is it? Apollo, are you an idiot? Queen Amara, the person in this photo isn't Queen Garan. It's you posing as her, isn't it? The two of you look quite similar, but that's no surprise considering you're sisters. Even the shape and position of your facial tattoos are almost exactly the same. Which is probably because, like, you know, the royal family, so it's similar. Like, all she would need to do is, like, wear a wig or, like, dye her hair temporarily and put on the clothes, and it would be fine, really. The eye shape is a little different, but, like, you can hide that with a little makeup. And you are both capable of channeling spirits. Therefore, it would have been easy for you to impersonate Queen Garan. Queen Amara, you have a burn scar on your chest, don't you? Please remove your round mandala so we can see what's behind it for ourselves. Eek! And there it is. Look! Titties! It's the exact same burn scar as the one in the photo! And also the titties. I don't understand. Don't worry about it, just enjoy the titties. I knew it! So the person in this photo really is... Yes, it's Queen Amara. This is absurd! Are you suggesting they switch places? Amara's confession earlier was also false. Mother! What is the meaning of this? When you see, this changes everything. We know for a fact that this photo was taken at 2 PM, the exact time the murder took place. But that would mean Queen Amara couldn't possibly have committed this crime. Exactly. She now has an ironclad alibi. So Minister Inga's killer couldn't have been Queen Amara. I am afraid I no longer follow the fence. Was it not Queen Amara who channeled the minister and the accused to stage the crime? Yes, that fact has not changed. We have evidence placing her at the scene of the crime. And Dirk could have only been there in the tomb if she were channeling him. Which means... while Queen Amara did use spirit channeling to stage the crime, she didn't kill Minister Inga. His real killer is someone else. Oh, Panka! If Queen Amara is not the killer, then who is it? Isn't it obvious? Why was this rite held in the first place if Queen Garan wasn't going to perform it? Who was behind the two sisters switching places and for what reason? The answer to these questions, along with the establishment of Queen Amara's alibi, obliterate a certain someone else's alibi. Hi Queenie, bye Queenie. Why is this some kind of joke? No, your majesty, I could never joke about something so grave. The only one who seemed to have a perfect alibi at the time of the murder was Her Eminence Garan Sigatarkarain. Queen Amara, didn't your sister Queen Garan ask you to pose as her and perform the rite of channeling? And didn't she also have you drive Dirk's spirit from Miss Faye's body and then stage the crime to make it look like he was the minister's killer? And at 2 p.m. while you were performing the rite of channeling as Queen Garan, didn't she kill Minister Inga while disguised as Dirk? Well, your mercifulness! It's no use trying to hide it any longer. You need to tell us the truth now! Mother? God damn, what happened outside? Justice Minister Inga's true killer is... Come on, woman, we know. What? Mother? No! I really did it! Your Eminence, my life is yours! Isn't he one of Garan's royal guards? Queen Amara! Bailiff, arrest that guardsman! Mother! Garan couldn't have... Could she? Someone call an ambulance! Quickly now! Ambulance sounds. Oh, okay, that's the end of the... Okay, sure. I guess it's a good cliffhanger. And since we're out of time, we can end here. Thank the Lord. Well, you know, I was gonna be disappointed if, like, Apollo didn't realize that Dirk was dead on this stream, because then the title would be stupid, and it wouldn't make sense, and it wouldn't be the first time that happens, but it happened, so I don't have to complain. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow it's something else. And then on Monday, more Spirit of Justice. I think maybe we may be... I was gonna say we may be able to finish this trial. Well, this trial, but not the game. Like, I know that there's one more DLC case, and I don't know how long it is, but I assume it's long-ish. So we have probably like 2 streams left of this goddamn game. And then I can finally be free of it and play something more enjoyable. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good start to your weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for something that will not make me go mad with this. Like, I don't know, man. This game is so tiring. Like, at some point, I'm just kind of like, why are you doing this? Like, but why? Why? Why is this case like this? Why are we doing this? Why are we here? Well, it'd be late. Bye, everyone.